right, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to YouTube Live. We are live simultaneously on TikTok and YouTube. We did have to restart with some technical difficulties. It's March 24th, Tuesday morning, and we are going to regroup from yesterday's live where we went down this rabbit hole of La Gorita lies. And so as a recap to yesterday's video, if some of you are watching and maybe haven't watched the entirety of yesterday's video, yesterday we were able to summarize that she lied to us about her proposal and her marriage is in question. At least the story time that she told us about this elaborate, you know, getting married within 3 days after him getting detained, I call bullshit. So what I wanted to do today, one, I don't have any new receipts today. Okay? I know that some of you guys are waiting on the grammar request for the police report for the DV incident, and some of you guys are anxiously waiting also the PPP loans and the court records. I am as well. We don't have them yet. But this video, we're just going to together kind of put our little noggins together. I'm going to do some research, but I just want to clarify that no new receipts today from what we uncovered yesterday, but also maybe we'll come across stuff that we weren't planning on the same way that we did on yesterday's live. So I hope you stick around. So what I wanted to do was look up the requirements to get married in Wasatch County Jail. Because there were some comments in my previous video from yesterday about, well, you can do this, well, you can do that. So I wanted to specifically look up on Wasatch County, and I had found it the other day. Wasatch County Utah marriage license. All right, so you can apply in 3 different. Please hold. I'm doing some research to try to get to the Wasatch County Jail FAQs. Now, I don't want to replay her entire live again, or her entire story time of the marriage story time. But here, let me show you. Let me know if you guys can see my screen on YouTube, okay? Okay, yes, visiting the Wasatch County Jail. So, in her story time about her marriage in the jail, she talked about how they got married, but it wasn't on a regular visiting day, right? That the jail made special accommodations for their marriage ceremony, and that they were given like a special 30-minute visiting time after their ceremony inside the jail. In the Wasatch County Jail website, it specifies that visiting days are Wednesday and Saturday for male inmates. I want you to keep that in mind, okay? Because the other day I did look up requirements on getting married in this jail, and it specified something about marriage ceremonies. I just don't know where I didn't bookmark it, so bear with me. I'm going to do some research and just take it off the screen until I can put it back on the screen for you guys. It's possible that the jail could have changed their days. Yes, there's a lot of possibilities, and I see a lot of you guys saying, well, what if this, well, what if that? It's possible, but based on the trajectory of so many lies, it's why it's leading us to question absolutely everything. I'm not going to give her the benefit of doubt because she's such a fucking liar. So is it possible that dates have changed since? Yes, but I think it's still very unlikely that she was able to pull this off in 3 days. The same way that her marriage proposal never fucking happened. Frequently asked questions. Marriage ceremony. I wanted to find the one specifically on YouTube. You know what? Let's call them. Should we call? Let's call them like Candace called. In her video, she said she called them and they were very, very helpful. Should we call them and ask them what are the requirements? 1-435-657-1619. All right, let me call Wasatch County Jail.
Wasatch County Jail.
Good morning. Can you help me to point me in the right direction of where I can get information to host or to marry somebody that's being held in Wasatch County? To host a marriage ceremony?
Let me send you back to housing.
Okay, thank you.
Wasatch County Jail.
Good morning. Can you provide me with information on how an inmate would be able to get married while they're in your custody?
One second.
Okay. She said they were very helpful, but so far I've been transferred twice. Nobody knows. Wasatch County Jail doesn't know how to. Okay, well, let me give him a chance. The other thing I want to call and check on is on the marriage licenses. If there's a wait time, in some states there's a wait time of when you get your license. You have to wait 24 to 72 hours before you can actually marry the person. I don't know if Utah. I can't remember. I got married when I was 18. So I'm going to call the county clerk's office next and check on if there's a wait time. It's very possible that the rules have changed since 2016, but the process likely hasn't.
We can find out exactly what information you need.
Okay, so what you'll need to do is you'll need to send an email with the inmate name, who they're getting married to, what day and time they would like that to happen, and then we will forward that on to our jail commander, who will probably reach out to whoever's asking, because I guess whoever. So like if you're the one, you need to put your information down,
Right.
who the inmate is, and then the jail commander can get. If he approved it, he would be able to get a hold of you and let you know that it's approved.
Okay. Do you know what the typical turnaround time would be for the jail for this approval or denial to go through, and what it would be based on?
No idea. It'd be all on whatever the jail commander wants.
Okay. And how do we go about obtaining a marriage license if somebody's in your custody?
We'd have to bring the marriage license here, and then we can have a notary do it.
Okay. Do you have a notary at the jail, or is that something that I would need to bring in and provide as well?
No, we have a notary.
Okay. And then
You'd have to provide like the person to marry you, like a priest or whoever.
okay. So you would need to bring in we would need to bring in the officiant. Okay. And when are wedding ceremonies hosted? Like, is there a specific schedule?
No, this doesn't happen often, so the jail commander, when he gets a hold of it, he'll be able to let you know. So in the email, you could write all those questions down, and then he'll be able to answer those questions for you.
Okay, and what would be the email?
It would be WJail, so the letter W, jail at wasatch.utah.gov.
Okay, wjail@wasatch.utah.gov. Okay, and can you tell me what county clerk would oversee the marriage licenses for your county?
I have no idea.
Okay. Okay.
You probably just have to contact the Wasatch County Clerk. Like, just Google. We don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea how to do that.
These marriages don't happen very often, I'm assuming.
No, I think the last one we had was, maybe a year or two ago?
Okay. Do you guys keep a record of marriages that are done inside the jail?
Not that I'm aware of. You might be able to ask the jail commander that, though.
Okay, sure. All right, I will get these questions over to him. I appreciate your help.
Yep, you're welcome.
Getting happen. They're so helpful. They don't even know how the fuck to get things done. All right, let me send my email over to the person. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. For research purposes. Can somebody pull Wasatch County Clerk phone number for me? Well, inquiry. Marriage ceremony inquiry. Hello, Wasatch Jail team. What should I? Hello, Mr. Officer. Okay, we'll do that. To whom this may concern, I am looking for general information on how an offender would go about ¿cómo se dice realizar? Would go about I'm looking for information on the general process to host a wedding ceremony for an individual in your custody. To whom this may concern, I'm looking for information on the general process to host a wedding ceremony for an individual. Could you please provide me with the steps that I would need to take to 1, obtain approval from the jail to host the ceremony. 2, what paperwork would I need to provide? 2, what is the turnaround time for the ceremony to be able to be held upon approval? What requirements must an offender meet to receive an approval for a ceremony? Is there an option for expedited processing in the event an individual has an ICE detainer placed? What other questions should we ask, chat? This is what I've asked. Could you provide me with the steps that I would need to take to 1, obtain approval from the jail to hold the ceremony? What paperwork would I need? What is the turnaround time for the ceremony to be able to be held upon approval? What requirements must an offender meet to receive an approval for a ceremony? And is there an option for expedited processing in the event an individual has? Oh, and do you maintain records of marriage ceremonies hosted in your facility? Let me know if you need anything additional. All right, bombs away. We're just looking for general information. So, now let's call Wasatch County Clerk. Oh, thank you, Bessie. Clerk Auditor. Okay, let's call the Wasatch County Clerk. Four, 5, 6, 5, 7. So the person needs to take their own efficient, which would be a judge,
1. For business licenses or election and voter registration, press 2. For passport appointments and questions, agenda information, or marriage licenses, press 3. If you need a language and...
Good morning. Can you write me or give me information on how to obtain a copy of a marriage license? No. Okay, thank you. Hi, Wendy. My name is... Okay, I had to leave a voicemail, which is why I asked if I was muted, because I left her my phone number. Okay. So I just got a kickback from the email address this man gave me. Let me try this again. Please don't make me call the jail again. They had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. Okay. Hi. We're back. So in summary, the information that they gave me from the hi Nisha, welcome to YouTube Baddies. By the way, can you hear me again? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so how do we feel about this information? Based on what Wasatch County said, one, they were not very knowledgeable. They said it's not very often that it happens. It is a smaller town. Called to get the county clerk to see if they could direct me on copies of a marriage license. So we're waiting on a call back. We're waiting on a lot of callbacks. So some of this research is going to take some time. Actually, let me check my email over here. 1 second, TikTok. Because I have the clerk is taking a little bit on getting back to my request. Clerk auditor, so they asked me if I was local. I said no, and so they transferred me to somebody named Wendy, which I believe would be in charge of handling requests that aren't local. So we'll have to wait to hear back. So, besties, thank you so much for subscribing to my YouTube membership, both B's channel and Wonisha. Wonisha, thank you for joining the Baddies tier. Make sure, you'll automatically be entered, but all my Baddies tiers will be entered into the giveaway for Tuesday to win a appreciation set. So thank you so much for joining my YouTube memberships. Hope you have a lot of fun and enjoy all the behind the scenes. I just realized you were deliberately typing infidel and were not typos. When you're done with your research, can you help me find my W baby daddy? Nessa, thank you so much for the gift. You said love being a Melissa. Thank you for the tea. You're welcome. See, that's why I love YouTube. It makes it so much funner over here. Thank you so much, Nessa. Okay, so how do we feel about that? I'm starting, maybe it is possible. Maybe. because here's the things that are in her favor. They said these ceremonies don't happen often. It's a small county, it's a small jail. So maybe because there's not a lot of people, but they did say it has to go through an approval process, right? You have to send in an email, you have to give all the information, and you have to wait to hear back. That's step number 1. You also have to get the marriage license, and she said you would need to bring it to the jail. They have a notary here, and then it needs to be signed. Could she have done that in 3 days? Possibly. It's actually looking okay for her. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to be completely impartial, just for journalistic reasons. So it's looking like I kind of feel a little bit better about this than I did yesterday when I was breaking down the 3-day turnaround time. I still have my suspicions though. So based on the fact that it's a small jail, the jail guards didn't really know how to even handle this. It doesn't happen very often. You need to bring in your own officiant. That matches what she said, that she had to bring in her own judge. The marriage license. That's what I wanted to ask the Wasatch County Clerk. Is there a wait time? Let me call back. Is there a wait time on when you get a marriage license to be able to host your ceremony? Forgot.
Welcome to the Wasatch County Clerk Auditor's Office. To route your call appropriately, please select from the following menu options. For grandma requests, press 1. For business licenses or election and voter registration, press 2. For passport appointments and questions, agenda information, or marriage licenses, press 3. If you need a language interpreter at your passport appointment, you must provide your own. For property tax questions, Board of Equalization, or tax sale information, press 4. For budget questions...
I just need the clerk. I just need the regular clerk. I just gotta ask one quick question about the marriage license.
Welcome to the Wasatch County Clerk Auditor's Office. To route your call appropriately, please select from the following menu options. For grandma requests, press 1. For business licenses...
How to obtain a marriage license in Wasatch County, 101.
Hello, this is Frank.
Hi Frank, could you route me to the person that could help me on obtaining information of how to get a marriage license in Wasatch County?
How to get a marriage license?
Yes.
I think that'll be the county clerk's office. We can find their number for you. All right, are you ready?
Yep.
It's 435
Mm-hmm.
857
Mm-hmm.
8188.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep, have a good
You too, bye. I should be, next time they answer, I'm going to be like, hello from Mexico. Can you help me get a marriage license in Cache County? Hello from Mexico. Okay, hold on.
Welcome to the Wasatch County Clerk Auditor's Office. To route your call appropriately, please select from the following menu options. For grandma requests, press 1. For business licenses or election and voter
Just call
registration,
here.
press 2. For passport appointments and questions, agenda information, or marriage licenses, press 3.
Oh, great.
If you need a...
I don't think they're going to answer.
Your call is being forwarded to a Mitel voicemail system.
Let me try again. A marriage license would not be contingent on any type of criminal background.
Route your call appropriately, please select from the following menu options. For grandma requests, press 1. For business licenses or election and voter...
If you don't answer, we'll try back a little bit later.
Clerk's office.
Good morning. Can you give me information on how I would go about obtaining a marriage license?
Okay, Is it a new one or it's a copy of the marriage license?
It's a new one.
Okay, so bride and groom just need to come in with picture ID, and then you have to have some type of ceremony within 32 days.
Is there a wait time once you've issued the license before the ceremony can be? Okay.
No.
Now, in the event that groom is currently in jail, how do we go about? Is there a special process for that?
Let me have you speak with the clerk. Hold on just a moment.
No wait time. Bride and groom need to appear with ID. Now, what if groom doesn't have ID?
This is Joey. How can I help you?
Hi, Jolene. Can you help me with information on how to obtain a marriage license in a unique situation where groom is currently detained in jail?
I can try. My name's Joey.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joey.
That's okay. So, let's see. Are they in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Do you have a judge already lined up to be able to perform it, I'm assuming, at wherever, or the county, or?
No, not yet. This is actually my first call and trying to figure out how to get it done.
I think we've had to do this one other time. We would need to have.
She said one other time. Maybe in 2012? Could it have been
somebody
2012?
at the jail or notary go there to have him sign the application.
Okay. So I could come pick up the application and then take it down to the jail?
But it would his signature and identity would have to be notarized there.
Right.
So I think what we did last time, you have to arrange it with the jail manager, whoever the jailer is. You have to arrange the time and all of that with them to make sure that it's coordinated with their schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And then once that's done, you have 32 days to have the marriage solemnized and back to us. So you kind of need to coordinate with the jailer and with the judge at the same time, or whoever you're going to have go perform that, so that it's all coordinated on the jail schedule. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. The marriage license would need to be issued before the ceremony can be hosted. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. This is helpful. Thank you for your time. I'll get back to you.
No. Okay. Bye.
Okay. I don't know. The back and forth in 3 days is still... Remember, she said 2 to 3 days. She said you need a license before you get married. Mm-hmm. And the identification is what caught my attention. Well, obviously he wouldn't be able to get it the traditional way, but I'm sure that the jail would be able to provide his identification, right? Because if he's being held by the government, obviously the government would be able to attest this is that individual. So, I don't know. I'm 50-50 right now. I still think it's a lot of back and forth in 3 days. 2 to 3 days, she said. So first, she would need to wait. All of this would be contingent on the approval from the jail, which I just sent in. I called this morning. They didn't really know what to tell me. Yeah, see, I keep getting it kicked back. Let me call him again. He gave me the wrong email address. Let me call again.
Wasatch County Jail.
Good morning. Can you give me the email address or the contact information on whoever would be in charge of coordinating a marriage ceremony for somebody in your custody?
I'm not sure who that was. Was housing not able to help you?
They gave me an email address, but it came back undelivered.
What's the email they gave you?
He gave me wjail@wasatchcounty.utah.gov.
Alright, let me confirm that. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
The jail walkie-talkies. Oh, this gives me PTSD.
Yeah, you can send it right here. Alright, I'm gonna send you back. Hold on.
Okay, cool.
Hi.
Hi, good morning. It's me again.
Yeah, it's fine. You need to confirm the email?
Yeah, it kicked back. I have
Okay.
wjail@wasatch.ut.gov.
No, I said utah.gov.
Oh, spell out Utah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's exactly what I thought. I was like, I bet you it was the UT.
Yeah, my apologies. Thank you so much.
No worries, you're okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Officer. Oh, it made me miss Utah for a second. It made me feel like I'm back home. The fucking walkie-talkies and... Hold on. For a split second, I felt like I was back in that jail. Ugh. Ugh, fucking the shit I'm going through for you bitches, okay? Jail ceremony request. Okay, so everything we've gathered on this group project is that everything would be contingent on the jail first approving. How long will that take? So even the court clerk said it would need to be arranged by the jail. You would need to set up a time, you need to have a marriage license. So everything is contingent on the jail. WTF 415 Big O, thank you so much for my $5 gift. What do we call these on YouTube? When you guys gift me on YouTube, I don't know what they're called. Super thanks, super gifts. I don't know. But thank you so much for your gift. So everything's contingent on the jail, on making contact with the jail. As you can see, it's a small jail. These ceremonies don't happen often. The people at the desk don't even know where to direct me to. They don't know how to answer my questions. They just directed me to the jailer, right? He gave me a generic email. Perhaps in 2016, maybe the contact phone number or email may have been different. But I'm confident the process has always been similar, where you have to get approval from the jail. This is standard in any correctional facility in any state. Before you can get married, you can't just pull up with the judge and get married. You have to go through a process. You have to get approval. And there is a possibility on denial. I did ask in my email, what are the requirements for the defendant to obtain approval? Is there a way to expedite this? Because remember, she said, due to the circumstances, they blah, 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 right? So I asked important questions to see what they would say. Everything is contingent on this. So could this have happened in 3 days? I guess we'll see on how fast they get back to me. The marriage license, she would have needed to obtain it before the ceremony. She mentioned she got it after, so that is a huge red flag. She would need to obtain it before. She would need to take the license to the jail and have the notary at the jail sign it. I personally had that done when I was in Salt Lake County Jail. It is a big jail, so maybe it took a little bit longer. My mom took a power of attorney to the jail so she could handle my bank accounts when I got arrested. And for me to sign and notarize that, it took me like 2 to 3 days for the jail to get it to me and then get it back to my mom. So for her to even get the marriage license signed while he's in jail would take some time. Even in the smallest of jails, that has to go through a process. The request for marriage has to go through a process. They have to look up who it is. They have to approve it. So could this have happened in 3 days? It's questionable. And mind you, she said 2 to 3 days. So I'm giving her some grace and saying 3, but in her story time, she said 2 to 3 days. Now that also catches my attention because wouldn't you know exactly what date you got married on? Wouldn't you know exactly if you got married on May 4th or May 5th? So why would you say, I don't remember, but in 2 to 3 days we got married? I don't know, that's fishy. There's a lot of fishy things here that don't make a lot of fucking sense. Oh, look. I just got, 1 minute ago, received and sent to jail commander. So it goes to a general inbox and then they forward it to the jail commander. Want me to show it to you guys? Let me show you my receipts. Okay, those of you on YouTube, we just got a reply from the jail. Here you go. Here you go. Here's my to whom this may concern for my email address right here. Received and sent to jail commander. So now we know that there's several steps before it even gets to the jail commander. Do we still, 2 to 3 days is looking like a stretch still. When Diego was 3 or 4, like, wouldn't she know what age her son was? Yes. But she was specific that it was a day after Valentine's. And that's honestly what fucked her, because he was in jail all of 2012. And she specifically said he proposed to me 4 years before we got married, which would have made it 2012. And he was in jail all of 2012. All of 2012, Fidel was in custody and never stepped foot as a free man in the United States. I think she's so caught up with her lies that she can't keep up with it. And she wasn't counting on somebody like me backtracking and unraveling this, because at first glance, nobody questions it, right? Oh, what is that story? You know, she wasn't counting on a bitch like me to go back and backtrack and put things together and pull up records and pull up dates and say, hold on, something is off here. Somebody's cooked here. Her proposal, what it was a jail phone call that said, bitch, if you don't get me out of here, I'm getting deported. If we don't get married, I'm getting deported, which explains why she filed for divorce weeks after he got deported in 2012. Yeah. Beast Channel, thank you so much for my cheeseman bucks. We're gonna call them cheeseman bucks, okay? Thank you so much for my $1.99 cheeseman bucks. I would think that if you're gonna lie and go on record about it, at least you write down what you have lied about, like Carlos. Remember when Carlos did his sob story time and he was reading? At least he wrote it down so he doesn't forget what he told us. A marriage in prison takes years. I mean, I'm in Illinois. You have to be with the inmate for at least 4 years. Well, yeah. I do think the requirements vary by state, prison, jail. Connie MJ, welcome so much to YouTube Besties. Thank you for joining my memberships. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy all the behind the scenes, the stickers, the badges. Oh, I'm going to update stickers and badges for YouTube. Y'all are so overdue for some new badges, stickers, and all of that. I'm going to do that this week, I promise. I'm so curious if she's going to reply. I predict if and when she... So, historically, she's always replied, even if it's months later. And she doesn't ever... Well, what? Hold on. She's already replying through Carlos, is number one. She has already replied through Carlos. I saw a comment on my TikTok today that said he's cutting and pasting some of the comments on Alma's on other content about the same topic. So, there's these pages that have, like, taken Alma's video and reposted it, like Cheeseman pages, and Carlos is copying and pasting a comment about Candace and Fidel and how they're such great people and dropping it into all those videos. So he is replying for her. It is my firm belief that he is moving for her. He's replying for her. Now, will she respond directly? Anytime she's issued responses, they're very vague, but she's always responded eventually. I personally think if you're going to come out and address the PPP loans, if you're going to come out and address the hate campaign, why the fuck aren't you going to come out and bat for your child? The paternity of her son is on the chopping block, right? So you came out and addressed everything else, but you're not going to stick up for your child publicly? That would be the one thing that I would come out swinging for as a mother. Absolutely. If I'm such a horrible person, and I'm sure she's going to spin it and blah, 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 blah. I'm waiting on court records on the marriage before I address the paternity again of the firstborn, because I do have additional information. But yeah, if it got to her enough to address PPP loans, address receipts on these creators, address the fucking hate campaign and wash your hands of it, but you're not going to come out and bat for your son, and at least that would be the one thing I'm going to come out fucking swinging for. Gloves are off if we bring my kids into that, which is why we're here. They brought my kids into it multiple times, which is why I don't have a moral compass right now when I'm going into this content. Who's the pappy? There's no record press. Did anybody find a happy anniversary post in any of her content? Early May is her anniversary date, according to her legal anniversary date. I haven't seen anything, and I did briefly looked, but I didn't find anything. Has it piqued your interest? Have you went to look? Are there any happy anniversaries? No, none. Mama Bear would be out to play with whoever mentions my baby. Same. It doesn't matter if I don't mean ill intent. As a mother, if you're talking about my kids, I'm gonna come out swinging. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna clear the room. I'm gonna let you know. You know, con los niños no. That's how they're portraying it. That I'm attacking her, which I'm not. But out of all things to address, that would be something that would bring me to make a public statement. And so it will honestly look bad if she doesn't, because you made public statements for everything else. Hate campaign, group chats, fucking PPP loans, fucking dangerous people, but you're not going to address your son. And mind you, this is also the same son that she's using to co-sign her lies. If you didn't watch yesterday's video, she doesn't have any boundaries for her own children. Her kids are not off limits in her lies or her content. Belinda Garcia, thank you for your service. Thank you so much for the Cheesemate bucks. I appreciate you. We're going to call these Cheesemate bucks. Thank you. Thank you for the Cheesemate bucks. There's another gabacha posting you're a hater. Do we expect any less? White's going to stick with whites. And that's why Latinos should stick with Latinos. Do we expect any less for other privileged white women to come out batting for the privileged white woman that's being highlighted for exploiting the Latino community? Look at the history, okay? When white people are called out on their privilege, white people come and back them up because they don't want to lose those privileges. So, of course, this is going to land on the audience of people that are offended by their own fucking privilege because the shoe fits. So, and that should tell you everything y'all need to know and where your support should be, even if you don't fuck with me, right? You don't have to fuck with me, you don't have to support me, but continuing to support white privilege in our own country is a big problem. And y'all should be embarrassed as Latinos to continue co-signing, enabling, and allowing for a privileged white woman to exploit our communities. You don't have to come support me. You can fucking hate me. But what you shouldn't do is allow your hatred or dislike for me to have you co-signing white privilege in our own country. This is when we're supposed to stick together as the oppressed, because we are oppressed, and even in our own country. Think about this. Ox Tools sent her a bunch of new tools, right? Have you seen any other family out here that's a victim of crime receive support from U.S. brands or companies? No, that's a perfect example of her white privilege that she refuses to acknowledge. Have you seen Ox Tools reaching out to any Mexican national families that are in need? No, and trust me, Candace's was not in need. And that's just one simple example of the white privilege that we're highlighting. That house has been built on the exploitation of our community. Period. That house has been built on lies. It has been built on your PPP loan money, on defrauding American taxpayers. So I'm sure she hates that because that mansion has been painted as her dream house and her forever home, when really it was built on a stack of lies, fraud, exploitation of our community and white privilege. That house is built on white privilege in Mexico. That house is built on a false storyline. Every brick she laid was laid with a fucking lie. And that is bad energy for that house. I believe in that wholeheartedly. It matters where you get your money from. Yes, it does. Trust, this is coming from somebody that has dealt with dirty money and clean money. Okay? To build your house that you're going to be living in with money obtained through lies, through deceit, through fraud on your own people, through exploitation of the community that you say that you put so much into it, that's bad juju. And that's going to be their own karma, mark my words. That house is built with bad energy. I would not want to build a house with dirty money. I used to think she was nice because she was helping the community, but thanks to you, I started seeing that, yeah, she's making more money off the community than she ever gives them. Because she does the bare minimum. And everything has a return for her. Jessica Reyes, thank you so much for the cheeseman bucks. Her supporters say, oh, you don't have to explain yourself to us. If she ever does address who's a pappy, her supporters will downplay it. Honestly, we don't give a fuck about who's a pappy. We're just intrigued. What she should address is why she lied to us about who's a pappy. Why she lied to us about, I've been with him since I was 18 when she was married to someone else. That's really the only reason why it matters. You didn't need to lie to us. We don't care that Fidel has a criminal background. Explain why you lied to us. And some real accountability would begin with, I lied because I knew it wouldn't sell the same. If she would just come out with some accountability, it would all in there. Promise you. I would stop beating this horse with some accountability. That's all it takes. Ask PJ. Ask Yesenia Hernandez, who was the only member of that hate campaign that ever took any accountability for what they did to me. Ask PJ's how quick it is to end this shit. Was I receptive to her apology? In the beginning, no. But I respect that out of the entire group of bitches, she was the only one that came forward and said, I did this and I shouldn't have done it. And I don't know what the fuck I was doing. I did A, B, C, and G, and I apologize. PJ's was the only one. Which is why you don't ever see me drag PJ's into this anymore. You don't ever see me highlight her. You don't ever see me. In fact, we're mutuals. Surprise, surprise. I have nothing against the girl. She came forward. She admitted she was part of it. Shouldn't have done it. Apologized, and she went on her way. That's what you call accountability. That's what you call I fucked up, shouldn't have done it, and that ends there. But continuing to play the victim, continuing to gaslight me publicly, continuing to ride this victim role when you're the one that's the aggressor, that's why I'm swinging as hard as I'm swinging. That's why. All it takes is some fucking accountability. That's why when she made the video about Fidel's criminal charges, but didn't take accountability and instead kicked it back my way about it wasn't her story to tell and it was told incorrectly, it was a crock of shit. That wasn't accountability. That was continuing to play the victim and blame me for exposing her story instead of take accountability for the fact that she flat out lied for monetary gain. Y la reportera está igual de mal. There's a reason why I included her name in those videos. She's responsible too. She's part of the problem. That reporter can barely speak English. She was using ChatGPT to communicate with fucking Candace. That tells you everything you need to know. Can't even speak English. Kissing white ass so bad, choosing foreigners over your own people because you want to be close to the white so bad. Those are my personal opinions. I've experienced that gaslighting BS. It's triggering. What she's been doing to me for 3 years is publicly gaslighting me into making people believe that I'm just attacking her for no reason, that I'm just dramatic, problematic, and dangerous, and she's doing nothing, and she never speaks about me, she never posts about me, she just wants to do her family time. That's how I've been gaslit into people looking at me and seeing, this girl is so drama. I've been gaslit. Well, Nisha, thank you so much for the cheeseman box. She says, never stop till the truth comes out to our future lawyer. Annie, thank you, bestie. Thank you. I appreciate you. I love me some cheeseman bucks. It's not so great. It's embarrassing. Yeah. I believe Peter was supporting you when she found it was like, hell no, you block her. I don't think so. Honestly, if we take it back to where this started, have any of you guys ever asked the question, why did that hate campaign start? To those of you that are new and maybe are just recapping, from Alma's videos and you heard about that group chat, do you guys want to know why they targeted me? Why that group chat was created? And I'm still curious as to what made Candice join. I will never know that. It was started because I got back with the father of my kids. I got back with Walter in 2022. And that is what incited all those girls to get together. So I made a poor choice in my life. I did. I took back my abuser. I took back somebody that harmed me. I took back somebody I had been dragging for years. I took back somebody that hurt me and my kids. I took him back. I let him into my life, and social media wasn't happy about that. So they formed this group. It started with Julia And slowly they added new members, Yesenia, the other Yesenia, the Forever Connie bitch, Candice, the other girl that used to hang out with Candace, that's in that picture, I forgot her name, Alexis Servando. There was at least six content creators that form part of this group. And the reason it was created is because I got back with my baby dad. So all you girls that have been saying, well, not you, that are like, what's it to you if she got married? What was it to them that I was fucking my baby dad? Nobody said that to me back then. Nobody said it wasn't their story to tell. Nobody said they should mind their business if I was fucking my baby dad or not. But that is what pissed them off to that degree. It was triggered by my personal decision to get back with the father of my children. Nobody clapped me for it. Nobody told me that I was trying to keep my family together. Nobody idolized me or glamorized me for getting back with the father of my kids to keep my family together. Nobody said love story across borders, although that motherfucker followed me over here. Nobody. They kicked me, they judged me, they spit on me. When he assaulted me, when he strangled me, and all of you were right when you told me it was going to end bad, well, I had to learn on my own. When he strangled me, they were in that group chat showing pictures of my injuries, saying that they got bigger hickeys than the bruises on my necks. It was disgusting what they did in that group chat. Okay. So when you ask yourself why I feel the way I do about the way that the public treats Candace over staying with her abuser, is because these bitches literally dragged me to hell and kicked me while I was down. They took a joy out of my DB. Okay. It is disgusting what those women did in that group chat. Fucking disgusting. And she was a part of it. So now that those same people are saying, what's it to you? What's it to you if she was married? What's it to you? Well, what was it to them if I was fucking Walter or not? If I was fucking up my own life? Right? Nobody said it's not your story to tell to any of them. Nobody told them they should mind their own business. No, in fact, the audience, the public encouraged those videos. Fuck Annie, unfollowed me, she's such a scammer. Y'all, they try to cancel. I almost did get canceled. I actually got canceled multiple times. Multiple pages got banned. I couldn't keep a TikTok account. They hit my livelihood. They hit my money. They hit my safety. And I was down. I was down. I was so down. I was so skinny. If you look back at those pictures, and they were body shaming me for how skinny I was suffering from severe anxiety. I was so thin. I was so unhealthy. I was trying to recover from being strangled. I was trying to pick up the pieces with my family. I was dealing with a hate campaign from my own baby daddy, exposing me for everything he knew about me. He even told people if I liked it in the ass or not. He got on there, talked about my body. He got on there, talked about what type of positions I liked. He got on there, talked about my kids. He got on there, talked about my family, my mother, her marriage. Everything was out there. And I was taking that all at the same time that these 6 bitches were in this group chat fueling it privately. I wouldn't wish that shit on nobody. So trust me that what I'm doing is nothing compared to what they did to me. Nothing. Not even close to what they did to me. And the intentions are not the same. I'm not out here doing this to break Candace or to get revenge. I'm doing this because she's exploiting the community that I'm from. But when you guys ask me why I don't have any reservations for children or for this or for that, it's because I haven't forgotten what these women did to me. I haven't forgotten. I look back at those pictures and how skinny I was, and it breaks my fucking heart. And the way that I looked is the way that they were doing this to me. Nobody stopped for a second to say, this isn't your story to tell. What is it to you if she's back with her baby dad? You guys should leave her kids out of it. Nobody. But I remember. So some of you weren't around for all of that. And some of you don't understand why my attitude is so, I don't give a fuck. I don't have any reservations. And I didn't have anybody batting for me. I didn't have anybody sticking up for me. I didn't have anybody defending me in the comment section. I have no other creators having my back. I was all on my fucking own against 6 different platforms. Okay? All on my own. I didn't have a Carlos going in there. Nobody was speaking up for me back then. Everybody was kicking me. Every single viewer. I can't say all of them because you guys, I do have some loyal girls that stayed with me through that time. It was a hard time. Okay? But I was by myself. And I had to just take it. And nobody had any empathy for me. Not even when I got strangled by my baby dad. Nobody had any empathy. None. None. So don't ask me to have any for these women, please. Don't ask me to, her kids, because nobody cared about my kids when I was considering having to send them back to the U.S. because I really thought we weren't safe out here. Nobody cared about my kids when they were putting an X on my back, trying to get organized crime to target me. And some people laugh, but come on, or OC has better things to do, perhaps, but the intent was there and that's enough for me. If someone tries to kill you because they didn't succeed, is it not a big deal? So when we talk about what happened and how they tagged organized crime, the intent was there. That's all that matters. So they didn't succeed. Okay, so maybe if they had, then maybe you would validate me. That's some bullshit. Okay, if somebody does something, if somebody literally tries to off somebody, but they don't succeed, but I didn't succeed. I didn't succeed. So the way that these bitches have been gaslighting me for years and still have the nerve to paint me out to be the problematic one, paint me out to be the aggressor, paint me out to be the dangerous one is some bullshit. You don't have to like me. You can dislike me for all the other, but if you put the characters aside and stick to the facts, you guys co-signing that behavior is honestly disgusting. There is no justification for trying to get organized crime to target me and my kids. None. Over some TikTok bullshit. Over the fact that I got back with the father of my kids. That's what I did to these women that was so bad. I didn't even know who none of these were. Mind you, Candace and I were mutuals. I have no idea why Candace decided to join them. No idea why she was friends with Julia. She scrubbed her channel of any affiliation with Julia. Why do you think that was? Because the receipts came out. But when they were doing it to me, Candace was still like this, publicly supporting her in her lives, doing collabs, inviting her to her house. Only when the receipts came out and it made her look bad is when she stepped away and she said we were all dangerous now. And look at the receipts of what Julia said. Hey, Candace is going to remove me, but we're still very much friends. But for her safety, we're just going to take her out of it. So she very quietly tiptoed away and said, hey, wash my hands of it. I don't want to do with it now. But while it was happening, everybody was complicit, including Candace. Don't ask me to forget that. Don't ask me to get over that. Because y'all don't know what the hell I lived through in 2022 because of these bitches. And a lot of these dumbasses like Carlos jumping into it, swinging for her, have no idea what actually happened. A lot of these viewers are new, including mine. Including mine in October, they were like, why is Annie bringing up PPP loans? You know? It took me months to give this context, unfortunately. I didn't want to any more than you guys wanted to listen to this for the last month or two. I was fine in my lane, creating content, doing my fucking little vlogs, trying to link up with other new creators, trying to network, make substantial content, okay? Candace interfered with all that. So, if you're mad about the content, go tell Candace to stay the fuck out of my lane and we wouldn't be here. Carlos is not Mr. Positive Vibes. He is trying to brand so hard like Candace, like we don't do drama, peace and love over here. And then behind the scenes, he's DMing Alma, trying to intimidate her into deleting her fucking videos. Did you guys see this shit? This is Carlos reaching out to Alma privately about her story. Okay? This is what Carlos is, all peace and love, but behind the scenes, he moves just like Candace. The thing about Carlos and what's getting Candace fucked up is that Carlos has no self-control. And it moves on impulse. Let me read it to you. Let me read to you what he replied to Alma when she posted her video about Candace, which, mind you, I thought her video was very respectful. It was very just partial. I don't think her video was disrespectful at all. It was just laying out what happened the same way that she does in all her content. So he replied to her content. He sent her DM and he said, she was replying to his shout out. Remember, he reposted her video on his story. And let me read you what he said. He said, saying, and mind you, this video is about Candace. But if you guys remember, Alma also made a video about Carlos and his wife when they labeled me as dangerous weeks ago. He never responded to that video, but he responded to the one about Candace. And he said, saying kids are easy to talk about just because they appear in their mom's family content is honestly disturbing. Children are not props, storylines, or convenient sources of drama. They're human beings who deserve better. He tags Alma and he says, do better. So what did this do? This employed his fan base, which is a large part Candace's, because she's been shouting out this motherfucker for a month now, to go hate on her. So then she replies to him privately, and she says, actually, the video I posted about Candace and family vlogging is super important, because she made a video around the dangers, how this is a perfect example of what dangers can appear for kids that are part of family vlogging without a say. So then he said, don't deflect. You said what you said. You are the type of people that other adults hide their children from. Sad behavior. I hope you wear that badge proudly, but kids are important, right? Good job, Alma. That's Carlos. That's Mr. Peace and Love. To an independent creator that has nothing to do with this, simply because she is taking a public opinion that agrees with some of the things that I've said. So he's over here trying to do damage control behind the scenes, publicly. And I guarantee you, he's now deleted. He deleted all this. He deleted this. He deleted the video that Alondra made about me. Okay? Because he has no fucking self-control. He's fucking messy. He will never be able to keep up with Candace and the way that she just stays in a little box, because he does shit, messy ass shit like this. Okay? And why is he doing this? Think about this. Alma made a video weeks ago about Carlos, his wife, and how Carlos himself exposes where he lives and the safety of his children. He never replied to that. He wasn't in her comment section. He didn't publicly defend his own wife that Alma called out. But he jumped to defend Candace publicly, privately, all over those videos. If I'm Alondra, I'm mad as fuck. Why are you defending Candace more than your own wife? Why were you silent about the video that Alma made about you and yours, but the minute she's mentioning Candace, I can tell you why. He's on payroll. He's on payroll. And if it's so dangerous, why does it keep doing shit like this? If they were so concerned for their safety, why continue to engage in this type of shit? If they're so dangerous, why continue making videos with your kids all over it? Not even taking a break. Not even a pause from family vlogging. Just straight to it, but so concerned for your safety. These people are frauds. All of them. Carlos better be careful. He's going to be the new pappy. If he don't be careful, he's going to end up creating some storylines about who the pappy. He might end up in the who the pappy lineup, because the way he's moving towards Candace is a little too much for me. Something's off there. Somebody cooked here. Alondra, get your man. Get your man. It's not looking good. Hayden and Patty. Am I wrong? Based on everything we've seen, I don't know. I would be side-eyeing all this if I was Alondra. Alondra, come get your wife. We're calling him a wife from now on, because this is female behavior. Oh, do I have some Candice fans? You need to try Kick and also Twitch. I'm actually really loving YouTube. Really, really loving. Yo! I haven't even... Can you hear me? I haven't even been keeping my mic close. Sorry. It's been plugged in, but far away from me. Come get your wife. Hide your kids, hide your wife. I always get tagged for harassment. Avoid my live does not contain. Let me try appealing this. And this is why we're on YouTube. TikTok, this is why you're not getting no more gifts. Okay, you be censoring me. You be censoring me over here. You can use your videos on here from those two apps. Yeah, Winter, I do repost some of my stuff on YouTube. All this drama, I've only been doing the long videos. I haven't been doing reels. But I've definitely been doing YouTube shorts on here, and it's been going real well. I am also live on YouTube, yes. We love you, Annie. Thank you, Bessie. Thank you for the support. The way he was glazing her, I would have been out of here if I was live. Yes! Can we talk about that? I mean, you used a much better choice of words. I called it sucking her dick because I'm raunchy as fuck. But okay, glazing her. The way he was glazing her, sucking her dick. Red flags for me. Red flags for me. I want no man on the internet sticking up for no bitch if it's not me. It's just not. We're just not. Especially if him doing that is dragging us into drama. It's smearing our brand. It's putting our kids in the middle of this content, because remember, some of the content that I showed in my live streams included all their kids, which I'm sure was uncomfortable. Okay, if I'm that wife stay the fuck out of that shit. That don't have nothing to do with us, right? If I'm trying to pick up and just and rebrand back onto family vlogging, this is not it, Carlos. It's why he keeps posting shit and then he'll delete it. Posting and deleting. Stand on business. Stand on business. The amount of videos that these people have retracted. This is why I love being messy. That's why I love being messy. See, when if you're just authentically messy, you don't gotta backtrack. You don't gotta delete stuff. You don't have to worry about what people are gonna say or except for the Pappy videos. I was like, let me not post these. Let me not. I know I'm really messy, but let me draw a line here with the Who's the Pappy videos we played on live last night. Yo, it's giving sister wife. Thank you. It's giving sister wife. Sister wife. Alondra and Candace, sister wives. You clocked it. You fucking clocked it. Oh, Analia said, Analia sent me some coffee bucks. Okay, Bessie, thank you so much. Let me order a macchiato. If I do, and let me order some lunch. Yeah, macchiato and lunch. I already had lunch, but let's keep the calorie count up. Let's keep the calorie count up because we don't want to end up like 2023 Annie. Those bitches had me fucked up, okay? 2026 Annie has an extra 20 kilos that 2023 Annie didn't have. I'm trying to keep them. Brian Hansen, welcome to YouTube Besties. Thank you so much for doing my memberships. Brian Hansen, it's giving, are you a descendant of Joseph Smith? Here comes macchiato Annie. Light. What should I order? Just a little snack. Should I do a macchiato or should I do a dragon fruit refresher? Macchiato or refresher? Macchiato or refresher? Help me, besties. What was I supposed to do today? I get nothing done streaming. Macchiato? Son malas. Son malas. I know what you asking for macchiato. Ya me conocen. Okay, what should I get for food? We haven't done a baguette in a while, but I don't feel like a whole sandwich. I did just eat a little bit. Denise, member for 13 months. Shout out to my YouTube bestie. See, this is why I love YouTube, when they shout you out like this or remind me that you've been here for 13 months. That is loyalty. Thank you, bestie. Y'all are some enablers. You want some macchiato. Yeah, you want macchiato, Annie. Macchiato Annie is going to bring out the Who's the Pappy videos. Okay, view car. Ya me dio calor. I had a bagel and cream cheese this morning. It's giving, I want a cake pop. I just want a cake pop. I already had lunch. I had a heavy lunch, so I'm good for a little snack. I love when macchiatos. No, because I get in trouble. You guys love it because it's entertaining, but I always end up in trouble. Be honest. You guys enjoy my messiness. You guys enjoy my personality. It's why you're here. Imagine me trying to give the same content with a boring ass voice, with no sazon, with no where's a pappy, with no razzle dazzle. This wouldn't hit the same. And Candice, I know you hate me because I be laughing at shit like this, but it's just part of the show, okay? It's part of the show. We the people, this would be like sitting through a fucking court hearing if I didn't add some spice, some razzle dazzle to it. It would be like Carlos. It would be like Hello from Mexico. Dude, we watched some of her videos last week and I'm like, this shit is boring. Where is the sound? Where is the chilaquiles? Are you I'm a Gemini. I'm a two-faced bitch. Yeah. Es parte del show. Okay, ya encargué. Oh, Gianna. Oh, we got some. Oh, but they're on Instagram. Giannina, can you screenshot it? We got a new receipt. Can you, she has me blocked on Instagram. Can you screen record that video? A ver. Can one of y'all, yeah, see, she's got me blocked on Instagram, so it's not going to let me access the link. Bestie, are you here? Are you here? Giannina N. She's been helping me with receipts. She's been helping me with research. Maria, thank you so much for the Cheesemate bucks. Enjoying the Cheesemate. Love it. Thank you so much. Okay, so in one of her videos where she explains her residency. Okay, let me not give it away. Gianna, can you screen record it to me? Can you screen record it to me? I'm blocked. It's not that we're two fit, it's that when we have the way we present ourselves and wants to be a nice wellness. Yeah, no, I definitely code switch. Yeah, I have to. It's called code switching. That's who he is. Not the chilaquiles. The chilaquiles, though it just says chilaquiles reminds me of like Achilles tendon. Okay, spoiler alert. She shared a video on how she obtained her Mexican residency. Let me see if I can pull it up on YouTube, maybe easier. And she explains that she obtained her residency through her oldest son because he's a dual citizen. Why not through Fidel if she's married to him? Let's see if it pops up. I don't know if that's it. Oh, new message. Okay, Janina's gonna, Bestie is going to screen record for us. So please hold. Please hold. This will tie into the question. The topic I had is if they're legally married or not. You do with what you got, good or bad. Yeah, you do what you do. You gotta do what you gotta do with what you have. I used to follow you for other reasons. Y no para esto. Following you, unfortunately. No es el aeropuerto. This is not the airport where you gotta announce your departure, baby boy. Peace. Raise your hand if you're in here and you would like to continue watching this type of content, so we can read the room. Okay. The minute my audience tells me I'm not having a good time anymore, the majority, it has to be the majority. Okay. So you don't gotta tell me if you don't follow me. Feel free to make sure you follow all of them, because I see a lot of people in the comment section talk about I unfollowed her, and I'll click and they're still following. So just make sure you hit the unfollow button 6 different times, because I have 6 different accounts. And probably do yourself a favor and block me. But if you engage, my content's gonna keep coming up. So sorry, we're invested. Majority rules here. We the people want to know more. Blame my viewers. They be enabling me, egging me on. So read the room. We're invested. We want to get to the bottom of the truth. Yeah, see, you're getting double whammy, because even the chat and YouTube is like me. Look, this content's not for everybody, you guys. I understand. Some of you can't keep up with this full-time job of trying to unravel her fucking lies. It's not for everybody. It's not for the weak. I am the unpopular opinion. The popular opinion is that Candice is a sweet little lady and she does so much for her community. She doesn't hurt. That's the unpopular opinion. The opinion over here is unpopular, that she is a conniving, compulsive, liar, scamming ass bitch. Okay? That's my personal opinion. But it's not popular. And a lot of you guys don't like the way that I express myself. You don't like the words that I use, because you might be used to me on my law channel. You might be used to my sit-down videos where I am explaining things in detail, but this is also how I express myself, especially when they're personal issues. So no, I'm not always clean around the edges. In fact, this is very much more me. This is just me raw, authentically. And some things I say that maybe I should be canceled, but that's actually what I think. This is actually how I talk. So a lot of our videos as content creators, we sit down and we think about what we're going to say, and we do another take and we crop this out. This is live. This is how I am. This is how I talk. I do cuss. What's your favorite word? Fuck. That type of shit, you know? That's me. I'm not likable. I'm not likable to everybody. You have to kind of be on the same wave. Elilo, thank you so much for the cheese nut bugs. Look how cute. It even has a little foxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. This is raw and unfiltered. This is not, you know, content that I'm thinking out. I'm just vomiting, you know. And some people like that. Other people like content that is orchestrated like Candace is. There's room for everybody. Don't you guys constantly tell me there's room for everybody here? Well, this is my space to create my messy ass content. I have an audience for messy content. I have an audience for people that don't mind my expressions when I say fuck that bitch. You know, and then there's other people, they're like, oh no, my ears, like, why would she say that? Yeah, sorry. Sorry, it is what it is. And I promise you, I promise you that they express themselves the same way behind the scenes. They just get on here and they clean themselves up for y'all so that they can continue with their perfect image. I don't want that shit. Then you got to stay in the box. I cannot stay in the box. School's going great. I saw somebody comment, how does she have time for all this with blah, blah, blah? Isn't she in law school? Yeah, I am. And I'm acing on my classes. Trust me, I got time. I got time. Doesn't she spend time with her kids? My kids are at school. What do you want me to do? Don't you have anything better to do? I'm monetizing. I'm making money doing this. You know? So trust, bills are paid, homework is done, kids are taken care of, man is taken care of, my household is doing fine. We got time. Y'all wish I didn't have time. I love when I make time. You wish I didn't have time. I was just crying about I haven't seen my kids for 2 days because I'm stuck at school for so long. But trust me, I swing back. I didn't have time when I was supposed to make time. Remember, I was supposed to drop her episode right after Carlos. She got a 2 or 3 week hiatus because of all the shit that was happening in PV, and I had to prioritize other things, and I did. And then I circled back like I told you guys that I would. I made time. Mind the business that pays you. This business is paying me. No HOA update yet, which reminds me, I gotta check with my attorney today. It's been nice to kind of not focus on HOA stuff because that stuff was really, really like desgastante. What happened to that episode? It's up. It's up. We dropped her episode 2 weeks ago and we've been regrouping ever since and we've been down a rabbit hole since. Somebody just asked me who was next. I was thinking about doing Olga next. I was considering doing Olga next, but I'm on the fence because she was deported. But she scammed us too. She scammed me personally. So I was thinking about doing Olga next. Yeah. Well, we just got a new email. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Okay. You guys want the receipt? Hold on. Let me make sure I don't spell my bestie's name. Okay, here's the receipt.
Afternoon from Mexico. Wait, hold on, because it gets better. Oh, hey, look at that. In case you don't speak Spanish, that's permanent resident.
I know this bitch. Hold on. She did not say in case. I know this bitch did not say in case you don't speak Spanish. Pull some fucking Astrovino on us. Oh, sorry, you don't speak Spanish. Bitch, you don't speak Spanish either after living in Mexico for a fucking decade. Miss Chilaquiles? I know this bitch did not try to troll and say, oh, sorry, you don't speak Spanish. Bitch, neither do you, Candice. Miss Chilaquiles. Fuck out of here. I'm sorry. Okay, let's resume. Let me start that over so y'all can hear it, okay?
Good afternoon from Mexico.
Mexico.
Wait, hold on, because it gets better. Oh, hey, look at that. In case you don't speak Spanish, that's permanent resident. Mexico. Also, not my favorite picture, but... And it's a little beat up because I've had it for 6 years.
Now, I want to pause. Notice what she's replying to. As content creators, we reply to things that trigger us or intrigue us. Somebody dropped a comment on one of her videos that said he needed a green card, implying that he only married her for a green card, right? So she responded with a picture of her Mexican resident card with her last names blacked out, red flag number one. And she's trying to flaunt that he didn't want me for papers. I wanted him for his papers, right?
There's this phrase in Spanish. It's like a ching.
Oh wait, you didn't play the whole thing for us, bestie. Let me go get the whole thing. That shit was cringy. That was so cringe. I wish this bitch would try to troll me one day. I would roast her so bad. Okay, hold on. Let me go find the full video. Now that I know which one it is. I know this bitch did not say, oh sorry, some of you don't speak Spanish. Bitch, you don't even speak Spanish. What you mean trying to troll your viewers and you don't even speak Spanish? Mexican residency shorts. I think that was a short. Right here.
Good afternoon from Mexico. Wait, hold on, because it gets better. Oh, hey, look at that. In case you don't speak Spanish, that's permanent resident. Mexico. Also, not my favorite picture, but... And it's a little beat up because I've had it for 6 years. There's this phrase in Spanish. It's like a ching... Have the day you deserve. Good afternoon from Mexico.
That was it?
Wait, hold on, because it gets...
That was cringy. Bestie, is there another one where she explains obtaining her dual citizenship? You mentioned through her son. That was cringy. Oh, she 100% erases all the negative comments. In fact, let's do an experiment. Some of you have told me she's hyper fixated on comments because she deletes them immediately. Let's do an experiment. Go drop a comment. You don't have to troll her. Just draw a test comment and see how quick she deletes it. Ready, go. Tell me in real time how long it takes her to delete a comment. Maybe just casually asking something that she's going to know is from over here. And let's see how fast she deletes. Any negative comments are deleted. And you're probably going to get blocked. So somebody has to volunteer a tribute because you're going to get blocked and deleted expeditiously. But I want to do an experiment on how fast and how close is she watching her comment section to try to create some damage control. Oh, drop the who's the pappy. Yeah. She'll know. She's been watching. BRB. But be prepared to lose your account. I'm already blocked since 2023. I remember during 2023 when everything came out, she was blocking people that weren't even being rude. They were just viewers that were generally asking, so why did you lie? Blocked. Blocked, blocked, blocked. Anything that questioned her, blocked. She might have to leave the live to go delete, because I know she's in here. Mine was not even a negative comment. There you go. Take a screenshot of them. Let's start collecting these comments so I can do a follow-up on this. Because I agree that they're not even negative comments. Some of them are just generally her viewers that have been following and have questions about the story that they've been fed that is now unraveling. And instead of taking accountability, instead of answering questions, she's blocking. Hey there, young lady. Hi, Louise. I love your comments. I've noticed them in several videos, and they always start with, hey there, young lady. It's so cute. So he says, I don't think that Candace is ever going to change. All I have to say is that for being in Mexico for so long, her Spanish is awful. I just recently pointed that out as well. The double standard and how Mexican Americans are chopped all the time, are criticized for our accents, for not speaking perfect Spanish, and then a white woman that's been married to a Mexican man for over 17 years with awful Spanish that she should have adapted to at this point is still applauded for just trying to speak the language. She should be speaking fluent. She should be speaking better Spanish than me at this point. She should be speaking better Spanish than Madre de Huarache. Her Spanish should be impeccable by now. Somebody go ask her, why is your Spanish so chopped? Add it into the experiment we're doing on how fast she's. Why doesn't anybody ever question her why her Spanish is so fucking chopped? Why she can't pronounce chilaquiles and mole? You know, because she's not actually trying to assimilate. She doesn't actually live the lifestyle that she's representing. Like she's immersing herself in this tiny town. She doesn't actually have friends from that town. She doesn't actually exercise her Spanish at all. At all. She hires help. She hires nannies, she hires cook, nothing wrong with that. The frustration that we have is the misrepresentation and trying to appropriate as if she's the one cooking. She's the one immersing herself. She's the one out there with the locals. No, she's not. Otherwise, her Spanish wouldn't be so fucking awful. We wouldn't be calling it chilaquiles. And yeah, we wouldn't need ChatGPT anymore. We would be able to have fluid conversations with our husband. We wouldn't need to call other Mexican creators to vent because we would be able to vent in Spanish to our husbands. See where I'm going with this? There would be no need for her to be making friends with Carlos and all the other male creators to vent and make friends, because we would have our husband to be able to vent to. If she actually tried to speak some fucking Spanish. I would love to interview some locals. I would love to compare. I would love some on the boots ground journalism and interview some locals and see how they feel about her. I promise you, it's not what she represents on her platform. Like, she's so beloved and she does so much. Ask the locals how they feel about her making thousands of dollars off of them and not paying taxes. Ask the locals how they feel about her making thousands of dollars off content that features them, their tiny little town, and how much she donates to these local charities for them. Ask them how they feel about the fact that she only began to volunteer at that school once her son started attending the school. Ask them how they feel about their story. Ask them how they feel about a foreigner occupying their space. Ask them how they feel about her being the front cover of these deportation articles. Ask them how they feel. Put her story in a Mexican FYP. Ask people in Ciudad de Mexico that are marching against gentrification how they feel about Candace. Hold on. My Starbucks is here. Go ask the locals. Don't take it from me. Go ask the locals. Corre. Ahí siéntate. Ok, fresco. Fresco. Vete para allá. ¿Me vas a acompañar? Ven. Ven para que saludas. ¿Por qué estás mojado? Okay, this is my problem child. I'll pay expenses to go interview the locals. How do I find them? The locals, no sé. This is Ying and Ying. Pablo anda en el rancho con Enrique. Alright, aquí quédate pues. Yeah, I noticed that Alma did a video in Spanish. I'm sure she's not. Candice is not happy about that. She's in a pueblo. Exactly. Think about that. She's in a pueblo where they don't speak English. Where she should be forced to use her Spanish. She's been there for a fucking decade. And you're telling me she doesn't speak English. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, déjate tú que tal vez vivan en Vallarta o en Cabos donde hay mucha gente que habla inglés. Been writing since 2020. I love you, bestie. A ver, ven pues, para que salgas tú también. Ven. Vente pues. Es que tú estás gordo, Coco. Tú estás muy gordo. No cabes. Está celoso. Okay, look how cute this is. Menso, te caes. No. No. Coco es muy, muy celoso. Okay. My comment is gone, but she didn't block me. Probably it's a word that's allowed to be said. Oh, maybe it's filtered. Oh, you know those filters are working overtime. Coco wants to say hi too. There. Hi for 5 minutes, Coco. Pinche celoso. Okay. No, leave mine. You guys want to see something funny? They understand 2 words. They understand 2 words. Also, do you want a snack? Well, you can't see it. Hold on. Watch. This is cruel. Coco, do you want a snack? You want a snack? I'm so sorry. I left him downstairs. I owe you one later, okay? I owe him one. He said hi. I don't have no snacks. I'm sorry, cookies. Los dejé abajo. That was mean. I just wanted to show my friends. Bueno, pues ya lo voy a bajar. Toma. Aquí. Habla más español Coco que Candice. He's so cute. Please give those ladies a snack. Oh, es que se pelean, bestie. They fight so bad. Like, they fight each other till the death. I have to separate them when I give them snacks. Like, I'll have to put Coco in his little room. Like, they cannot be in the same vicinity because Coco will try to take Osos, and then they fight to the bloody pulp. Oh, video number 2. Okay. Thank you, bestie. It's loading. Give Coco. Pinche Coco, now we gotta go get you a snack, Gordo. We gotta go get you a snack. ¿Vamos? ¿Quieres un snack? ¿Sí? Snack. Vamos pues, corre. Porque me van a cancelar si no te doy un pinche snack. ¿Ya ves? Por andar showing off, now we're getting to the fucking snack. Okay, but be nice. Okay, now we gotta come to the trick. Alright, we gotta come to the trick. Vente, pórale. No me muerdas. You're gonna have to do a trick for him. Okay, a trick. Vente. Ven. Okay. You guys get the barky special, okay? Sorry, only TikTok is gonna be able to see this because I can't move my desk camera. Espérate. I'm supposed to be eating my hold on, let me show you. Okay. Coco. Vuelta. Good job, Coco. Ven, Mancito. No, Coco. Déjalo. See, Coco, this is why we get in trouble, because then he tries to take Oso snack. Espérate. Tú, ya. Vente. Ven, Oso. Coco. Ven, cosita. Ven. No, vete. Quédate. You see why I gotta separate them? Because he'll take the babies. Ya. Ya no más. Ya. No. Stop. No lo muerdas. Déjalo. Ya. No, ya no más. Ya no más. Ya, Coco. Ya. Okay, wait. Coco's quirky. Okay, sorry guys. Intermission for snacks. Ya no hay. Go lay down. Y'all made me hot. Okay, are you happy? I had it. I got the snackies. Coco's muy celoso, and he is always punking also for his food, for his snacks, and then we actually have a puppy account. We do. Can somebody tag me Coco GRC? I need to make more content because they have a more personality now than when they were puppies, and they're funny. Okay. Shut up, because we joke about that at my house about the white privilege. I'm always telling the kids how Coco has white privilege, and he be oppressing also. even in dogs, that shit don't be declining, bitch. I swear to God, it's true. Coco's always punking Oso, and mind you, Oso is morenita, mi bebé. So I always be talking about like white privilege up in this bitch, okay? Coco be oppressing my baby. White privilege don't decline even in dog breeds, bitch, okay? They're good puppies. Pero sí son muy tremendos right now. Oh, it's macchiato time. Okay. Busty sent me another... Okay, here it is. Another receipt on her dual citizenship. Here we go.
Hello from Mexico. Let's talk about my journey to become a citizen of Mexico. I've seen quite a bit of confusion in the comment section, so I thought I would clear a couple things up. So currently I am a permanent resident here. Now, I lived in Mexico for almost 7 years now with my husband and our 2 children, and I moved here because my husband was deported, and this is how we kept our family together. Now, both of our children are dual citizens, meaning they are citizens of both the United States and Mexico. And because our oldest son, who was our only child at the time that I went through the process, because he is a citizen of Mexico, I was able to become a permanent resident through his citizenship.
Why did she obtain dual citizenship through her child and not her son and not her husband? If she's married to Fidel, why did she obtain her residency through her child and not her spouse? It is true that you can obtain residency through a child. Yes, it is. I have also confirmed that Diego is a dual citizen. We found him. But I was waiting to share that until I got the court records back on the date of the marriage. Paternity is still in question. Why did she obtain her residency through her son instead of her spouse if they're legally married? If you were Candace and you're going to apply for immigration benefit, wouldn't you first try your spouse? Is it faster? I've never had to get residency in Mexico. I can tell you that it's very obtainable in Mexico. I can tell you that I've had friends that don't have any qualifying relatives that have obtained residency in Mexico after fulfilling a certain time frame on their working visas. I can tell you that in general, immigration benefits in Mexico, especially for UN citizens, are very easy to obtain. The biggest hurdle anybody runs into is money. Being able to prove that you make a certain amount of money. There's an income requirement. Okay. So, why did she obtain residency through her child and not her spouse, if that's her legal spouse? Let's continue.
Now, had he not had that, I could have become a temporary resident through my marriage to my husband, who's a citizen, but because of my child's citizenship here, I didn't have to go through that process. I was automatically able to apply for permanent residency. So for those of you looking in...
Chat. Let's vet this. Let's vet this. All right. Let me look up on the official immigration site. We're not going to ask ChatGPT. We're going to go straight to el Instituto Nacional de Migración. All right. All right, dice visa de residencia permanente aplicable a personas extranjeras que pretenden internarse a la condición de estancia de residente permanente. Si el periodo de permanencia en México será mayor a 180 días y menor a 4 años, es obligatorio tramitar una visa de residencia temporal. No. A ver, requisitos. Requirements. Passport. This is telling. The passport is how they used, is what she had to use to verify her last names. What do you think is on her passport? Do you think it's Garcia Sanchez? Anyway, passport. Income requirements. Pay the fee. Okay, vínculo familiar. Okay, so you have to have relationship to parents, minor children, brothers, sisters, concubinos, which is spouses, or stepchildren that are Mexican residents, that are Mexican citizens, I'm translating by the way, or foreign person that has permanent resident status. In the case of cónyuge, which is spouses, concubina o concubinario, this means spouses, common law marriages, and when you just live together but aren't married. I forgot the technical term, but that's what concubinario is. Okay, so spouses, you don't even have to be legally married. You can just be una concubina. So, cónyuges, concubina o concubinario, they have to fulfill a 2-year condition prior to submitting the residence. So there's a 2-year wait period. There's a 2-year wait period for her to obtain this benefit through her spouse. But mind you, this video said she was here for 7 years. I don't know, Chad. What do you think? Con que sea concubina, because we know she's Ferguson's wife. So Mexico is so lax that you don't even need to be legally married. You can just be living together for a period of 2 years. So I guess it would depend on when she obtained it. But this video, let's see if there's a date on her card. She showed us a screenshot of her card. Let's finish playing.
That you can absolutely do that here in Mexico, and from what they told me in the immigration office is that's Mexico's way of keeping families together. Now, if you have a parent that was born here in Mexico, you can get citizenship for Mexico through them. However, I don't, so I have to go through Mexico's process to become a citizen. Because I've lived here for as long as I have as a permanent resident, I'm eligible for that now. So I'm taking Spanish lessons and I'm studying for this exam. Now, I'm currently studying 200 flashcards. Yes, 200 flashcards that contain questions that they can ask me. Now, I don't know what questions they're going to ask me. I just know that I have to know all of those 200 questions. Now, they aren't just based on Mexico's history. They also include the culture of Mexico, politics, how the government works, all of that. But before submitting my application, I have to take these 2 exams. Now, I was talking to Dominic's maestra, and she's a huge history.
Maestra? Wait a few more years, Candelaria. Your Spanish is still fucking chopped.
Buff, and she knows that I'm studying for this exam. So she said, I have the perfect book for you. So she sent me home with this book, and yes, it's for kids, but it's actually been really, really helpful and really, really easy to understand. And it contains a lot of history. Like a lot. So I thought that was really sweet, and I wanted to share that with you guys. And because I didn't have anything else I absolutely had to do today, I spent the entire day studying, which is also why I don't have anything but this video for you guys today. So I hope this helps clear some things up.
This video was posted in...
Hello from Mexico.
Hold on.
Let's talk about my journey to become a citizen of Mexico. I've seen quite a bit of confusion in the comment section, so I thought
When was this video posted? She said she's been here for 7 years?
Hello from Mexico.
Hold on.
Let's talk about my journey to become a citizen of Mexico. I've seen quite a bit of confusion in the comment section, so I thought I would clear a couple things up. So currently I am a permanent resident here. Now, I lived in Mexico for almost 7 years now.
Okay, so when she made this video, She'd been living here for 7 years and was studying for her citizenship. It's been, what, 2 years since? Because she's been here. I've been here for 8, so she's been here for 9. So it's been 2 years since she was studying for her citizenship. You think she ever took the test? Because I can't find her. I can't find her group anywhere. Also, I don't know what the requirements are to take a Mexican citizenship test. Is it all that shit? Okay. Let me tell you why I suspect she's on a Mexican citizenship, or a Mexican citizen, for tax purposes. I believe she hasn't obtained her Mexican citizenship because it's not convenient for tax purposes. She will develop fiscal obligations if she obtains her citizenship. She already has them. But right now, she's able to cheat the system like many foreigners do, where her income is U.S. based, she doesn't report it to the Mexican stat, and she pays her taxes to the U.S. government. Loophole. If she becomes a Mexican citizen, she will develop obligations. So my money is on, she hasn't obtained that citizenship because she don't want to pay Mexican taxes. She don't really want to help that community that you guys say she does so much for. So much for them. Why don't you pull your citizenship? Why don't you sign up with the SAT? I've looked up her group in every different variation of last names. I even tried fucking Ferguson, bitch. She's nowhere. She's not a Mexican citizen. So, yeah. In summary. Oh, our experiment on her deleted comments. 12:51, Bestie posted one, and by 12:58 it was deleted. My guess is she's in here and she's having to hop back and forth between the live and her comment section. Is it hard to obtain Mexican citizenship? I don't know. I just got it when I was born. So I wouldn't be able to tell you if it's hard or not. I will tell if she claims she's got to know history and Spanish. Well, that Spanish ain't getting her Mexican citizenship. No, man. No, ma'am. Why is gifting banned? Because I told somebody to send me a galaxy for receipts. So if she's so proud and she's all about Mexico, why hasn't she obtained her citizenship? She was studying allegedly for the test 2 years ago. Being a dual citizen would give her responsibilities that are not beneficial to her pockets. It's not beneficial for her to have to report her income to the SAT. All that money she's funneling in through that house. Now, how do we think she's paying for that house? Ooh, let me give you even more insight to this. I forgot about this. That house is paid for in Mexican pesos, right? She employs local people. How do you think she gets her money down to Mexico? She can't obtain a Mexican bank account because she's not a Mexican national. Oh, wait, I think you can obtain one with residency. Can someone fact check this for me? You do have to have residency to obtain a Mexican bank account. I take this back. I take this back because she can't have a Mexican bank account. But my guess is this. When she wires that money to herself, how does she report it to the SAT? How are you paying taxes? Because everything that you bring down to your bank account, you have to report it to the SAT and you are taxed for it. So if she's not a Mexican citizen, you guys will have to fill in the blanks here because I don't know what tax obligations look like when you're a foreigner living here with income, U.S.-based income. Fidel. Ding, ding, ding. Mm-hmm. Fidel. I opened an account with my U.S. passport, something there. You cannot open any bank account here if you don't have immigration status. They have very strict money laundering laws. So unless you have permanent residence or citizenship, you cannot open a bank account here. People with visitor visas can't open a bank account. You have to have immigration status, and because there's just really strict money laundering laws. Any amount that goes through their bank account is supposed to be taxed. My puppies are taking a nap. I'm in the process of getting dual citizenship. That video of her citizenship, thank you, Busty, was posted in 2023. So she was studying for her test 3 years ago. I'm pretty sure if she had obtained it, she would tell you guys. The same way that she showed off her green card, the same way that she showed updates, and she would have given you a whole vlog on how to become a Mexican citizen. She's not a citizen, at least yet. Can minors have a bank account? No. No, you need an ENET to open a bank account. You can add them to your bank account. Like I have, I've asked my bank because I'm trying to get my daughter her own account so she can start moving money. I can only add her to my account, but I can't open her own. You know how in the U.S. they have like teen accounts and shit like that? Not down here. They're very, very strict down here because of money laundering. My boyfriend wants to move to Mexico one day. He's from Chihuahua. I was curious what I would need since I was born in Arizona. I would encourage you to go to you would need to file for a visa of some sort. A visa of some sort. You can enter on a visitor visa, but then you would need to adjust. If you're coming down here with the intention of moving, I would just go the route of filing for a working visa. There's a digital nomad visa. There's all sorts of visas that are so like easily obtainable for especially American citizens. But people like to come in on visitor visas because it's just easier, and then they overstay. But you technically should be coming in with the correct visa if your intention is to live here, not just to come on vacation. Why do you care about others? Do you ask Candace that when she goes around asking people if they're working with me? Do you ask Candace that when she's inquiring with nonprofits and the reporters if they're working with me or other creators? Why she cares about what I'm doing? Or just me? Just wondering. Yeah, guys. That's what I got. Black crusty pants with a name like Crusty Pants. ¿Qué más? What else are we digging into today? Okay, so have you guys watched yesterday's live? Did you catch up? How do we feel? Let's regroup. Just catching up on YouTube comments. Oh, this one. Yeah, we're gonna delete this one because it had the music. So you want to be a lawyer? A corrupt one? I mean, a lawyer's a lawyer. A lawyer's a lawyer, okay? A president's a president. You'll have a corrupt one. I missed last night's live. It's available for replay for the public, bestie. Yeah, it's available for replay. Alright. Loving the hair. Thank you, bestie. Chrissy, do we have mods on here? Like, you could stay, but... Oh, wait. Was it the... Did I mute the wrong one? Rebadali. Hold on. I'm not opposed to her fans in here, to trolls in here, but personally, for me, I like to revoke privileges to engage. Like, you can give me your view, but you don't have el derecho de voz. It would be a good time to intervene locals when she comes on her annual U.S. vacation. Bestie, I want you to have a docuseries or a reality show. So, fun fact, I've been approached for a couple. I was approached for a docuseries, but I declined because I didn't want to feature my kids. The thought sounds great, a great opportunity, but it would involve filming in my house. It would involve filming outside of my house, and I've taken a lot of steps to protect the privacy of my kids since I moved, and I don't vlog in my house. I don't vlog my kids. I don't vlog what I drive. None of that. So for me to do a docuseries or any type of reality show, I would need to give up all my privacy. And I just don't feel like that's something I'm willing to do with where I'm at with my kids and the things that I've experienced on social media and how big of an X that would put on me. So I declined. We were also in the talks with a producer last summer, the PB Group, with a reality show, a Netflix producer. We did our casting video and everything, but that was going to be independent, not like in my home. It was just going to be like with the creators. We didn't hear back on that. I don't know if they're still working on it, but I did do my casting call with them. But any type of reality show that I would ever do, or it would not include my kids. I refuse to give up my kids' privacy and normalcy for reality TV. I've seen other people do it, and look at the teen mom kids. You know, like we're watching in real time the effects of family vlogging, of stripping children from their privacy for the sake of monetization and opportunities. It's a double-edged sword, right? It could give you a lot of opportunity. Look at Taylor Frankie Paul, right? Yeah, it can give you fame, but at what cost? Your children's. Do you have an apple tattooed? I have the Twilight book cover tattooed, yes, and it includes an apple. I'm an apple girl. I'm a matte girl. No, but this is actually represents the Twilight books. I was a huge fan back then. I'm actually still a huge fan. Uber Frank is also another perfect example of that. Absolutely. Guys, we are new to family vlogging. If you think about this, family vlogging hasn't been around very long. Social media, like regular people like me blowing up on social media, all of that is new. It started around COVID, TikTok, right? So a lot of these things that you're seeing, we have yet to see the outcome of them, right? People like Candace and Carlos, even me that shares my life privately, we're going to have to pay for this one day. Okay, I'm not sure that I'm wording this right, but regular people going viral is something that is new to the last few years. And a lot of us are ranking in and like we're making money and it's cool. But circle back in 10, 15 years and ask us, was it worth it? We don't know. We're taking a huge gamble by creating these platforms and monetizing and sharing our stories and giving up privacy for this and for that. Family vlogging, we're just barely seeing some kids that are now adults come out and talk about the harmful effects and how it was hard for them and how they had parents that exploited them. Ruby Frank is a good case, you know, where these kids were abused and exploited and had an entire picture perfect family of a YouTube channel. Look at Ash Trevino, like it's questionable. It makes me nervous. It makes me nervous. And you know, when I started this, I was new to this too. You know, these bitches are the reason why I took my kids off my content. Well, everything that I experienced in the hate campaign is what made me realize I couldn't safely share my kids or my parenting or my home anymore. Like I took some hard lessons. John and Kate plus 8. All these kids that are a part of these family channels will be negatively impacted. Trust me. Trust me. Yep. I had to restructure my platform. I was more open. I was new. I didn't understand. You know, down to my house tours. Remember how open I was about my house tours? I would show you guys what my kids' bedrooms look like. And I just think back to that now and I'm like, why would I do that? That must be so invasive for my kids. Like, I never asked them if they were okay with their bedrooms being viral. You see what I'm saying? Just things I look back on now that I'm like, that wasn't fair to my kids. So I've done my best to restructure to try to protect my kids. For some things, it's too late. I've already shared images of them. Some people already recognize them. For some things, it's too late. And there are things that I am solely responsible for that I chose to share with the internet. And, you know, like my kids being hunted down at the airport last summer. I will never forgive myself for that I did that to my kids. With no ill intent, no malice, but I put them out. Right? So I've done my best. That's why you only see my fucking office now. You only see my office. You don't see my houses. You don't see none of that. I don't take this phone out of this fucking room. I don't let my kids come in here. I don't live my kids in my lives. You don't see no fucking blogs. I shared a couple of them, like trying to give you guys an insight to my motherhood, but privately. Because it's a dangerous, it's the World Wide Web. That's why when Carlos came out and talking about, the kids are your responsibility. That's like me getting on here and blaming you guys for people hounding down my kids at the airport because I shared pictures of them once upon a time. You know, that's my job. What about the Cheese Chronicles? Oh, she deserved that one. She deserved that one. And that there's been times where I try to branch out to moms, like going through shit. The Cheese Chronicles, man, I was in the fucking trenches on my own. I did not know what to do with Maya at that time. You know, and some people criticize me. You shouldn't be putting your kids. She shouldn't be driving her fucking truck through my garage. Is what she shouldn't have been doing. Okay, trust. She learned her lesson from that too. But since I've given her privacy too. You know, she's a teenager. She's a teenager. She probably doesn't like me coming on here talking about the naughty things she's doing. That's why she knows to be on her P's and Q's. Right? It's why I just recently shared a video of her sharing a poem. I blurred her out. But she's a teenager now. She has her own feelings. She has, you know, how does she feel about seeing her face on viral content as a child? We don't think about those things as we're producing the content because they're little kids. But those little kids eventually grow up and feel ways and feel things and have friends and do this and do that, right? So I've had to restructure my platform to accommodate or try to, you know, protect my kids' privacy at the same time when it's a double-edged sword because we do monetize. But at what expense sometimes? You know, at what expense? Judging questions that don't speak Spanish. You're not the only one to say they don't understand Fidel. Is his Spanish really that bad? I went to watch the video you guys were mentioning. I have a hard time understanding his Spanish as well. He speaks very fast and very mumbled. It's very, pues se nota que es de rancho. It's just a different type of Spanish. Even for me, as a Spanish speaker, I have a hard time understanding when somebody speaks that fast. He just doesn't have good enunciation and mumbles and speaks too fast. Yeah, I did see people that were like, you can't understand him. Well, now you know why. Now you know why she does the content and he doesn't. I felt so much better knowing I wasn't crazy with my own. Yeah, you know, sometimes as a mom, I've came onto my platforms looking for mom support. Whether it was the Cheese Chronicles, whether it was this is going on. And I even in a private group chat, my patron initially I thought was a private space, right? And I shared that I had a teenager going through self-harm. Well, that got leaked. To date, you might see some trolls talking about my child self-harming, right? And it was shared in private with the intention of looking for mom support. That was taken and dragged all over the internet, right? I'm just a mom trying to figure out how to deal with this, how to help my child. Even that wasn't safe for me to do, right? So I've had to restructure for the privacy and safety of my kids. There was a time where I came to my platform for support and guidance and ABC, but I couldn't even do that safely because I have too big of a platform. So, you know. Yeah, so when you guys tell me that kids are off limits, kids have never been off limits with these people. They've targeted my kids. They doxed my daughter on her birthday. They've done so many disgusting things to my kids. Something I will never level down to. I'm not here targeting nobody's kids. But it's why I don't have the kids are, nobody's ever had any boundaries for my kids. And they've been targeted for the sole fact that they're my kids. That's it. So, yeah, when I'm seeing creators like Carlos, the kids, Candace, I would never hurt. These are people that have actively tried to hurt my children solely because they're my children. It's why my kids don't have social media. My kids are not on the World Wide Web because I know they would be targeted just because they're my kids. I'm sure if my daughter wanted to open a TikTok account and go viral, she would just because she's my child and people would flood her comment section. How do you feel about your mom? And how do you feel about this? And what do you think about her OnlyFans? Like, people are literally sick. So as her mother, it's my job to take proactive steps to safeguard her from these fucking weirdos. It's not the internet's job to keep my children safe. Look at what they did to Ash Trevino's daughter. That shit was sad. Right? So all it takes is landing in the wrong hands. And they're lucky. We're not the wrong hands because we're not digging into the kids like that. We're not attacking the kids. But these children have been entangled in these web of lies that their mother has sold. That's their mother's responsibility. That's Carlos's responsibility. If you want to put your kids out on family content, you solely are responsible for the outcome of that content. You could be responsible for somebody body shaming your child because you chose to put them out. They used to do it to my kids. People used to pick apart my children's appearance during the hate campaign. They used to target their skin color. They used to target that they don't look like this, they don't look like that. They're not Bryce's. It was disgusting. And I was responsible because I had put them on my platform at the time. So it's solely my responsibility if I put them on this platform, knowing that there's fucking trolls, knowing there's people that do this, that's my responsibility, right? So when Carlos is out here talking about the kids, those kids are your responsibility to keep safe. You have no control over what people are going to do with their image once you plaster it on the internet. Take it from me. Take it from me. I lived it. My kids lived it. I even shared it with Carlos. When we were still in the group chat, my kids were hounded down at the airport by some fucking weirdo and plastered all over these Discord groups. Last year when my kids were flying out with my mother at the airport, some fucking troll that doesn't like me was at the PV airport and was recording my children. She was on their flight. She landed in Salt Lake with them, recorded them without their consent through various points of their trip, and plastered it to TikTok and Discord. It was one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever gone through. I wasn't even there. I shared that with Carlos. I shared that with the PV group. And I even told Carlos, like, be so careful with your kids. Like, this is what can happen. People literally recognize my children and target them because they're my kids. I shared that with him. And I remember thinking, like, God, he just doesn't realize what he's doing yet. Hopefully, I've been through so many things on my platforms where nobody has any boundaries for kids at all. So because of that, I stopped sharing them. Imagine, I can't even explain to you guys what I felt when that happened. Let me not even get into it. I just think stalking my children, that's stalking, by the way. When you're following minors around the airport, recording them without their consent, plastering it to the internet, that's actually a fucking crime. It's sick. It's sick. There's people with parasocial relationships, both positive and negative ones. So again, you're putting your kids out for public consumption. You don't know what people are going to do with that. And that's the video that Alma was trying to make, that she did make, when she talked about the dangers of family blogging, especially in Mexico. Let me give you guys an idea. Okay. You are a very successful content creator. You make a lot of money. You're very flashy. You have big houses. You have nice cars. People know you make good money. And they can recognize your children in public. What does that make your children a target for? These are things that I have thought about. Think about all the crazy things that happen in Mexico. And anywhere, really, not just Mexico. Yeah. Ransom. I thought about that. Probably too late in the game. So you're putting a big X on your children when you're doing financially well. You live here, you have this house, you build it, blah, blah, blah. And here's my child. This is where he goes to school. This is what he looks like. This is what his name is. This is what he answers to. And these are things that these creators are so fucking tone deaf to. especially like Carlos. When Carlos talks about being afraid for their safety, okay, the one that records what his street looks like, the front of his house, what he fucking drives. They'll record everything and then talk about, I'm putting you at risk, right? These are things you need to consider as a creator living in Mexico. Especially a creator that's out of touch with how life works here. Because I'm going to be the first to tell you, if something happens out here, you're on your own. The authorities are not going to help you. Ask the families of the people that have gone missing. We live in a state with the highest amount of missing people in Jalisco. These are not comfortable conversations to have. These are things that we like to live in a little bubble of privilege. Oh, PV, it doesn't happen here. Okay, it does. So these are uncomfortable topics to have, but things we should be considering when we are creating family vlogging, content with children in general. And these kids don't have a choice. And if I ask my child today, hey, will you make a TikTok with me? He's going to say yes. Because he doesn't understand the dangers. He just wants to please mom. Kids just want to make their parents happy. So if I ask my kids, hey, will you do this dancing or whatever? Will you do this video with me? Or they're going to say yeah. They're not old enough to make these decisions about their digital footprint. So we as parents are making choices for their digital footprint. Carlos, Candace, myself included. You know? These are, again, topics that we don't like to have as content creators. We would love to live in a perfect world, but as we're talking about safety and kids and all of that, yeah. If you really cared about your children, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing to your own. Well, I'm not a perfect parent. None of us are. I just narrated some things that I have done wrong for my kids too. I made mistakes, especially in my content creating journey, that I've restructured for my kids. And you're probably referring to this. A lot of people tell me this. If you cared about your kids, how are they going to feel about when they find out that you're on OnlyFans, blah, 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 blah. I got to do what I got to do. I got to do what I got to do. And I will have to deal with the effects of my career and my children in the long term. But those are not conversations that I'm going to have with the internet. Trust me, if you ever worry about my kids and how they're doing, no, they're okay. No, they're okay. I am not a perfect parent. I haven't made perfect choices. It's been a learning experience as I've been a content creator myself. But currently, I do proactively try to safeguard them as much as they can because I know they can get caught in the crossfire. I've lived it. I've seen it. So we live and learn. We fuck up and we learn. Again, I'll be the first. I used to do house tours with my kids' bedrooms without asking them how they felt about their bedrooms, without asking them how they felt about the world, seeing what their bedroom looked like, without even considering, So I've made mistakes too. I'm not going to tell you that I'm a perfect mother and that I have been and that I haven't done things that I shouldn't have. Again, I'm responsible for my kids getting hounded down at the airport. I am, not you guys. I'm responsible for sharing their images. I'm responsible for the information that I've shared that has put them in uncomfortable situations. But I try to learn from it and do better. All I can do is try to do better. I'm not a perfect mom. Will never claim to be. I really enjoyed when you showed your kids in some vlogs. I did too, right? I think that's a side of me that a lot of people don't get to see, and that's why they treat me like with such little empathy, because I don't family vlog. You guys don't know my kids. You don't know their personalities. You don't connect with them emotionally. So because of that, people don't have empathy for me, and they just see this rough around the edge bitch that's always talking shit. And they sidestep that I have 5 kids behind this platform as well. But because you're not constantly seeing them, and I'm not putting them in your fucking face, you don't, give me passes for everything. You don't justify what I'm doing. You don't say she's just a mom trying to get by. You don't say she's just trying to take care of her kids. You don't say leave her alone. You just fucking crazy. Right? But because other creators have their kids in your fucking face and use them to co-sign their lies, to shield them from accountability, I'm the bad guy because I don't have my kids on here to make you feel sorry for me. That's really the only difference between me and these other 2 creators right now. I could get my kids and do content with them too and make you feel sorry for me. I promise you I could. I could make y'all fall in love with my kids the same way y'all have fallen in love with these other creators who have these characters. They become characters in the platform. Okay, you guys have fallen in love with Candace's kids and fucking what's his face's kids because they become props in their stories. I could do the same thing. Promise you guys will fall in love with my kids. Promise you guys will fall in love with my kids. And then you would feel sorry for me. And then you would give me more grace. And then you would give me more empathy. Perhaps I would blow up for 3 million followers because I'm doing family vlogging. At what cost? My children's privacy. I could use them as props too. I could have my kids behind me as I'm crying and asking for indirect donations to pay this and pay that and blah, blah, blah. I choose not to. Because that's fucked up. That's fucked up. All those fucking creators use your kids as props. The same motherfucker that told you that kids deserve privacy and they're not props and storylines is the same one using his kids as props and storylines. Okay, so when you ask yourself, you're just jealous because you don't have this. Trust me. Trust me. I could follow her marketing strategy and use my kids for pity. I could. I choose not to. So they can have a somewhat normal upbringing. So they're not conditioned like Diego. I feel so sorry for that kid. That kid's been in front of a camera since he was a baby. I watched some of the videos that she's made with him when he was little. She even opened up his own YouTube channel. That poor child has been so fucking conditioned to cameras, it's sad. So sad. Because this is what I think about with family vlogging. If I was a child and my mom has a camera out for everything, every time we go out to dinner as a family, every time we go to the beach together, every time we go to the movie, every time we do everything, my mom has to vlog it. I start to feel like she's doing this just to vlog. I don't feel like she's doing it to spend time with me. I don't feel like we're just spending time together. I feel like we're performing for her channel. That's what I think about with my kids. And there's been times where I do a little movie vlog, a little this, a little that, right? But I got to the point, which is why I started to disconnect on the weekends, that I don't want my kids to grow up feeling like everything we did was on YouTube. Everything we did. She picked me up from school on YouTube. Took me to get a fucking ice cream on YouTube. Took me to do this on YouTube. Let's go here on TikTok. As a child, try to think about how your kid's going to feel looking back. Everything feels performative. Is it actually quality time? When you're vlogging everything you do with your kids, you're exploiting them. You really are. You really, really are. Family vlogging looks like a great time. But then I think about it and I'm like, even I feel like everything, am I really spending time with my kids if I'm focused on getting the content first? Because when I go to La Comer, bitch, like, everything I do is vlogged. La Comer, Walmart. I started to not enjoy going to La Comer because I had to vlog it all. It got to a point where I was like, I just want to go to La Comer to go to La Comer and enjoy my La Comer little trip and put my headphones in and, you know. I started to feel strung out with my own vlogs of going to Costco, going to La Comer, every time I go get coffee, vlog. I was feeling like a vlogging machine. And those are just things that I do by myself. Right, so to me, when I spend time with my kids, it's time that I get to clock out of vlogging. When I go to school, I get to clock out of vlogging. So I need to separate my virtual world from real world, which is why you guys don't see me vlogging my classmates. It's why you didn't see me vlog my school field trip. It's why you don't see me vlog my classes. I do school vlogs. I'm always the only one in them, and I've had people question me. Why are you the only person in there? It's because I don't vlog while I'm in class, before and after. I like to check out. I like to live. I need to be in real time. Okay, so when I'm with my kids, I don't want to vlog. Sometimes I take pictures for, my own family picture album, whatever. But that's why you don't see me with family content. So then if you think about it, what are these family vloggers doing? For those of you that support family vlogging and you think this is such wholesome content, these are children that are having to perform during time that's supposed to be quality time. These are children that are used to seeing their parent like this all the time. Pick you up from kindergarten like this. Take you to get ice cream like this. Catching you from the slide like this. Taking you on a trip like this. Imagine this, your child is gonna remember you like this. Always behind a fucking cell phone. So those of you that support family content and are the ones talking about protecting the children, by supporting family content, you're actually encouraging the exploitation of children. Period. Well, you're not ready for that conversation with Ruby Frank 2.0 over there. Boundaries are important as a content creator, absolutely. Yeah, that's why you guys don't know my family. That's why you don't see content with my man. You don't see content with my kids. You don't see, For me personally, it's important to separate. It's already hard enough to clock out of content as it is. Can you give us details of AB 49 in California? I have no idea what that is, bestie. Let's ask ChatGPT. I gotta go potty. Watch my stuff. The doggies are sleeping. Commercial break. Stay here. I'll be right back. I'm just going behind. It's okay, wow. I'm back. Está bueno el chisme. Y'all stink. You make my office smell funny. It smells like wow. Look at him. Hello, look at him. Do you see the entitledness over here? Bágate. Let's see here. So she probably doesn't cook the food she takes. We talked about that in yesterday's video. Her little dinner checks. She's not cooking those albóndigas. She's not cooking. If she can't pronounce chilaquiles, you think she could cook them? Probably not. Probably not. He's so cute. He's just stinky. He needs a bath. Oh shit, I gotta take him for his shots. Which reminded me. No, I haven't been to Tooth in so long, you guys. I think, did I outgrow them? I have not been to Tooth in a long time. This is my last Tooth bag. It's worked. Now I want to eat chilaquiles. New way to pronounce. Stop chewing on my. Stop it. Deja ahí. He chews on my chair. Yes, how she refers to people as possessions like are architects. That was, I saw somebody mention that in a previous video in some of her vlogs when she talks about people, our architects instead of the architects. That's very telling. It's telling to the, I don't even know how to articulate this. I know, I see where you're going with this. They belong to me. They work for me. They're mine. It's not the architects. Our architects and the architects is a big difference. And this goes in line with the concept mentioned of the MBA. Es clasismo. Es clasismo. That's where the Trumpness is poking through. She's worked really hard to refine it and curate it and to word it differently. That's in line with the sister's letter of how Fidel poured our drinks for us, and we've never seen somebody so kind and an ever-dying chivalry, because they're used to our architects. They're used to... Are you going to get that for me? There you go. So if you read between the lines, you can see her Trumpness. You can see her su clasismo. You can see her entitlement. You can see the way she tries to put herself above the people that she's living amongst. And that's a perfect example of them. There is no record of her anywhere having an MBA. Wonder if she even has one. I don't know. We tried searching for it briefly yesterday, but I didn't spend much time on it. Stop being a hater, get a man. I have one. It's giving the help. The same way that her family looked at Fidel like their mechanic. Their help. Classism. I want to know what school the MBA is from. Honestly, at this fucking point, I don't even need to go no further. Go no further, like Maleficent said. It's all a crock of shit. Reading between the lines, you can see the white privilege that she does subconsciously. All of that is subconscious. All of it. Our architects, the illegal immigrants, the asada and onions, the broken English, that is all subconscious, and they don't even realize they're doing it. It's so deeply embedded into them que se les sale sin querer salir. Think about those character letters, how telling they were, and they thought they were doing that man a favor. They thought they were doing that man a favor with those letters. Se les sale por los poros, aunque no quiera. Por más que quiera asimilar que su familia mexicana, que México todavía retiene ese clasismo, esa manera en que ve a los mexicanos que son menos que ella. The way that her family didn't sit with the workers at the same table in one of her recent vlogs. In the vlog where her mom and sister came down to tour the house, and they were eating standing up instead of sitting at the same table with the workers that were also having lunch. Why? They don't mingle with the peasants. And excuse my French, but it's an expression, but that's why. That's why they weren't sitting with the workers. Okay, now compare that to the Thanksgiving that I hosted when I brought my albañiles into my house. Compare that to my Thanksgiving, compare that to my posadas con mis albañiles. Do you see the difference? They won't even sit at the same table. They rather stand and eat the same food than sit down with the help. Yeah, it speaks for itself. You just have to read between the lines. Some people are so blinded by that white privilege that none of these things have ever been questioned. But pay attention to the content. That wholesome content y'all keep writing so hard on, read between the lines into how those people are treated. And you know those men offer the women their seats. You know those men offered their seats. Yes. It gives willing to sit with their kind. Mis albañiles. I do call them mis albañiles. Los quiero mucho. Mis albañiles fueron padrinos de mi hija en su quinceañera. So sí, son míos. Son míos, soy posesiva y son muy leal. So yeah, I call them my albañiles. Son míos. Es el padrino de mi hija. Es una gran diferencia, I promise you, in the way that I say mis albañiles and she says our architects, I promise you. There's a difference in relationship, there's a difference in rapport, there's a difference. Oh, wow. Okay. What email did you send it to? What is this channel about? That's a good question. Somebody answer our new subscriber in here. What is this channel about? It hasn't came through yet. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I'm pulling up. Ooh. Okay, just got it. Thank you so much for taking the time. Let me know if you need any help with it. Exposing. You can also tell when they're filming to their work on the home. He's just annoying. Shading liars, checking bitches. Well, there's actually a lot more to my channel, but these are the videos that people focus on. Okay, so it's a little bit of everything. So I've made videos about a lot more wholesome stuff. People don't watch those as much as drama, as much as me fighting with my baby dad. So when you guys are like, Annie just makes content on this, that's what my people love to watch. I made videos about how to do this, how to do that, how to go here, this after deportation, how to enroll in school. Now, and they get views, but typically, you guys zone in on the drama, if I'm being honest. So when you ask yourself, why does Annie always why does she always fight with somebody? Because that's what you guys like to watch. You guys like to watch me fight with people. HOA. That's why you guys love the HOA. You love to see me fighting with people. Yo la verdad miro video como que se mete algo. Yo también sospecho que ese hombre todavía sigue enviciado. Se le nota, güey. Se le nota. Se le nota. Ask yourself why she always tells people that he doesn't drink anymore. How many times has she mentioned in her blogs, he doesn't drink, he doesn't drink. There's a reason why she capitalizes on that. The same way she constantly tried to reiterate he didn't have a criminal background. Right? You see where I'm going with this? Historically, all the things she has addressed in her comment section are typically things she's trying to conceal. Like the criminal record. Like the deportation. Like the paternity. Notice that she has worked really hard to conceal certain facts. So when she responds to those things or when she makes statements about those things, and she probably does it subconsciously, she's trying to conceal a truth with a lie. Like the criminal record where she said, he doesn't have a criminal record. He was deported at 8 for this. She didn't have to respond to that. She could have just omitted it. But she faced it head on to conceal it with a lie. So now compare that pattern to when she tells people he doesn't drink anymore. He doesn't drink, he doesn't drink, he doesn't drink, he doesn't drink. She's concealing something with the constant reiteration of he doesn't drink. That man sigue enviciado. Se le nota. Se le nota. Eso no es gripa. It always be about in their home bill. Es que, güey, son albañiles. Encuéntrame un albañil mexicano que no se tome una chela cuando está trabajando. Búscame un albañil mexicano que no se tome una chela. Come on. It's like water for him. It's cultural. You think he's given up his culture for her? Nope. Bueno, tal vez si trabajara en una oficina, si fuera hombre de oficio o algo. Es albañil. ¿Tú crees que no se echa unas chelas de vez en cuando? ¿O todos los días? ¿Quién sabe? En un pueblito así chiquito, ¿tú crees que todos los demás bebiendo chelas y él no? Hazme el gran favor. Y ella ni está ahí, ni duerme, según que duerme ahí, ni duerme con la esposa. ¿Tú en verdad crees que él está ahí? No, yo no. No, gracias. No, gracias. No, yo no tomo. No, mi vieja no me deja. Ay, por favor. Háganme el gran favor. No sean tan mencitas. But that's part of her image. He's a hardworking man. He doesn't even drink. He does nothing. And when the charges came out, she doubled down on that shit. She had to tell you, he's a hard worker, works all the time, and he doesn't drink. Double down on that shit. Okay. How are the laws regarding DV, DUI, and drinking in Mexico? In a small town, probably non-existent, if I'm being honest. In small towns, the laws exist, but they're typically not enforced in small towns like that. Unfortunately. In small towns like that, they are decades behind on those types of things. So they're very common. Driving drunk, domestic violence, machismo. Todo eso en una ciudad pequeña. Tal vez en una ciudad grande, Vallarta, Guadalajara, Ciudad de México, claro que sí. Pero en un pueblito chiquito así, yeah, men run those towns. I hate to say it, but sometimes non-existent. V's channel, thank you so much for the chisme bucks. She said, encuéntrame un mexicano que no tome como un albañil. Güey, sí, ni tienen que ser albañiles. Déjate tú de que sean albañil. No tienen que ser albañiles. Encuéntrame un mexicano que no tome como un albañil. El mío, perdón, ahí sí te voy a contradecir. El mío no toma. El mío no toma. Now, maybe 5 years ago, yeah. But no, my man is habit free. My man is habit free. No toma por consejos. Pero también depende mucho a qué se dedique. A qué se dedican esos hombres. Cuando un hombre trabaja en un ambiente donde están bebiendo, donde están haciendo cosas así, o sea, he's gonna do it, aunque sea poquitito. Pero un hombre de oficio, tal vez una oficina, tal vez que se dedique a algo más que no involucra sustancias, pues you got a better chance. Pero todos los mexicanos que yo he conocido, aunque sean en un fin de semana, un vinito, una chelita, siempre. Es parte de la cultura. I hate to say it. From what I've experienced, cervezas, chelas, todo eso es parte de cultura mexicana. Para decir que un hombre nacido, crecido, que no toma chelas, por hazme el favor. And there wouldn't be anything wrong with him consuming a little bit, except for it wouldn't fit the picture perfect, because people already speculate about that because he looks like he is a recovering addict. People would comment about his appearance because of his teeth. I remember in her early content, that's why she took him to get a new grill. Remember? Those are effects of long-term drug use. And there's nothing wrong with that. Talk about being a recovering addict. There's no need to shame. It happens. He obviously he was arrested with possession of paraphernalia. Okay, so his teeth have an explanation. He used to consume substances. He'd probably get more empathy, like people would understand. He consumed. He had an issue with substances. There's no need to hide it and pretend like he never did. Let me go buy him a new grill so people don't question why his grill's fucked up. Just tell him, girl, he did a lot of crack cocaine or whatever the fuck he did. There's nothing wrong with that. He grew. He's a better man. He doesn't consume anymore. Dejó los vicios. ¿Por qué la necesidad de mentir como que eso no pasó? That's what we're talking about. There's nothing, like, come on. A lot of people have struggled with substance abuse. A lot of them. No, we shouldn't shame them. No, we shouldn't shame them, especially if they're recovering. The issue is, why the need to cover it up? Why don't you take that opportunity to teach people about, if you're about putting back into your community, why don't you create some content on substance abuse awareness? Why don't you create content on how you recovered from your DV as a married couple? That would be making wholesome content for the community. That would be educating. That would be teaching. But instead, we're just going to lie and take. What information does she actually create in her content that is of substance to this community? Tell me that. What has she ever fucking actually taught you about life in Mexico? What has she taught you about how to do this, how to do that? What's so fucking wholesome about her building a house? Has she taught you how to get permits at least? You could have taught me, bitch. Has she taken you through the process of obtaining city permits? How did you get your layout? What requirements? Has she taught you anything substantial besides how she got her kids dual citizenship? What is so wholesome? What does her content pull back into the community that isn't a return for her? Open up your eyes a little bit. Open up those pretty brown eyes a little bit. So I had tried to submit the letter as a file in an additional, but it never asked me for, so now it makes sense. Now it makes sense because I submitted it on my application as an extra, but it never asked me for the file of your letter. So I guess this is probably them just making sure it actually comes straight from you and not me just like submitting it. So you think my brown eyes are pretty? Yes. I took that line from Save the Last Dance where she's like, open up your pretty brown eyes. You know that part in the Save the Last Dance where I forget her name is telling the white girl how she can't be with her brother Derek? Open up your pretty brown eyes. Okay? That's what I meant. I was quoting her. Nothing, and that's what it annoys me when people say Annie is drama. I've learned so much from Annie. Thank you. Thank you. My content has substance, okay? But people get so lost in the drama, and that's what they choose to watch. I have been making content for so many years trying to teach people how to do this, how to do that, how to get in school, how to get your documents, how to blah, 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 blah. Look, this is how you sue somebody. Look, you're going to need permits. This is what happened. I've used my personal experiences. Some of them have been damning experiences to teach people. But if you look at her content, what is so wholesome that isn't a return for her? You know? How to get child support all the way from Mexico, how to collect liens, how to go to court from Mexico. The bitch probably could learn a thing or two from me. You could assert your paternity from down here. You can represent your kids in legal matters from down here. You could, how to be a PI, how to everything. Yes, I've made content. I've tried to monetize on everything that I can so that I can create an income for my kids. But at the same time, I'm teaching you guys. So it's an exchange. Do you see what I'm saying? We're exchanging. We're exchanging goods and services. My personal experiences, my knowledge for your monetization, for your engagement. But you take something away from it. What have you taken away from watching her build the same fucking house for 4 years? What has the community learned from her and her story that makes such an impact? Nothing. Besides the fact she's a cute little white lady building a house in Mexico. Este live va pa largo. It takes a while to build the kitchen hood. It's giving Little House on the Prairie. How to rip people off. I've never shown you my tips and tricks on how to rip people off. That's a lie. People have asked me, but I've always said I'm retired from fraud. I could teach you a thing or two. Yes, I could. Never. I just got the SBA loan request. Hold on. Please hold. I gotta just hold on, guys. I think I'm gonna have to circle back. Hold on. They gave me an additional link. Hold on. I felt bad making you guys wait. 2000. I have to sort through a whole file. This is gonna take me some time. Hold on. This one's it. I have to download the docs. So I received a response from the response to the FOIA request for her PPP loans. The email provides me additional information on where to download the records because they're public. So they gave me the link of where these records, and they're in Excel format. Try again. Data. I gotta sift through a lot of records to find them. It's gonna take me a second. Alright, I gotta cut the live so I can, it's extensive research. I gotta dive into these files. I have the files. Well, what they provided me is a link, so let me give you a recap. I submitted a FOIA request to the Small Business Administration on these PPP loans. They just responded today that these reports are available to the public in Excel format, which allows individuals to sort the data by each category listed. So I have to sort through all these years, and I have to specifically find hers. They are public records. I didn't know where to look. Please note all PPP loan applications and loan forgiveness applications are processed by a lender, not SBA. So I may have to submit to the lender. Any files regarding a specific borrower are filed and maintained with the lender, and the agency does not maintain those applications. Additionally, blah, 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 blah. And they gave me an additional contact for the FOIA public liaison. Okay, so what I gotta do is I gotta sort through. I have to sort through these records that contain multiple years of multiple borrowers. And it sounds like for specific application information, if available, I have to reach out to the lenders. Y'all want to sit with me through these, or I can come back and this is new. Like, I haven't navigated the site yet, so I'm just kind of winging it. Hers was in 2021. Oh, some of these files are... Not that one. Boy, I feel like this is going to be tiring. These are the 4 files for the 7A loan program that segment a data by decade. There are 2 files for the 504 loan segmented by 20 years. A data dictionary is provided to help navigate the files. All right, what's a data dictionary? Download resource. Okay, here's a data dictionary. Oh my god, date when the record was received, while we're okay, we're making progress. The data dictionary. 2010 to present. 2020 to present. Oh my god. They're in CVV form. Can I download them and... Oh my god. To find... Oh, this is so much. Oh, can I do a control find? Preferred lenders. Existing or more than 2 years. ¿No te cansas de ver a la persona? Ahorita no, estoy muy ocupada. Alright, let me go back. There's supposed to be an Excel format that is coming up as CSV. Ugh. Make them an Excel. Oh, sorry, I don't have no mods in here, huh? We're gonna need to reach out to the lender. These records don't give me what I'm looking for. Let me read this again. The releasable information regarding PPP can be found at the following link under the reports are in Excel format, which allows individuals to sort the data by each category listed. Please note all PPP loan applications and loan forgiveness applications are processed by a lender, not SBA. Any files regarding a specific borrower are filed and maintained with the lender. All right, who's the lender? Find me the lender. PPP. I need a nappy nap. So, in summary, the government agency that I filed the FOIA request isn't the one that has the application records. So I need to reach out to the lenders. There we go. So we're not done yet. The link that it sent me to sift through records, they're overwhelmingly large and they're in CVB format. I don't know if I'm explaining correctly what those are. I feel like I need to play with this more without you guys watching to be able to dig in. I feel a little bit of pressure with you guys watching. Okay. Ask me your questions for the Excel to help sort the data. Can we change the format? Okay. Can we export as PDF? No. The thing is, it doesn't give it to me in a document. It gives it to me in the web page. $2025, 2020. So look, this is not going to help because this just has the data. We already know the data. We already know what loan she pulled. Let me find the lender. Forgiveness Platform Lender Submissions Metrics Report 2021. When were they forgiven? Oh, I think I may have found something. Hold on. I need to go back to last year when I found this, October of 2025. On my school trip. Here they are. Payroll. Harvest Small Business Finance LLC. Candace, Garcia, Sanchez, and Price, Utah received a payment protection loan of $5,500 through Harvest Small Business Finance, which was approved in May of 2021. Harvest Small Business Finance. Non-bank SBA lender in America. All right. All right. Found her lender. Lender. She has two different, and the other lender is Benworth Capital. She pulled two different ones from two different lenders. Benworth Capital. This information is not going to be public record from the lender. Let me tell you why. The lender has the application, which is going to include a lot of personal information that likely would, the personal information is going to include social, business information, financials, identifying information. I don't believe those things are public record. What's public record is what the SBA has, which is the record of the loans, whether they were forgiven, whether they were taken out, the date, and who the lender is. So back to the SBA website. The public information that we're going to find is going to be on the SBA website. It's going to be in their file, so I'm going to have to search. Okay, tell me the date that it was forgiven. She pulled it in May of 2021, April 2021, and it was forgiven It was for payroll purposes, right? The industry is listed as media representatives. Payroll for who is the question. Payroll for who has always been the question, because who was her employees living in the U.S.? Okay, get information for PPP lenders. More borrowers may be eligible for PPP loan. Let's look at the forgiveness application. Where to apply for loan forgiveness. Effective May 13, 2024, all borrowers, regardless of loan sizes, can use SBA's direct forgiveness portal. Let's go through the forgiveness application together. Oh, hold on, my VPN. I want to see what the requirements were for her to get those loans forgiven. So we can together find the requirements for her to obtain forgiveness on these loans. Sorry, I'm resizing my screen. So, why is it? Sorry guys, I'm resizing the receipt so you guys can see them, okay? Right here. Okay. Y'all can see? Yes? No? Yes. It doesn't show it to you good. Hold on. I need you to see the whole screen so you can read along with me. Here and here. Okay, you can see? I know you can't see me, but you should be able to see the forgiveness pamphlet. All right, direct forgiveness portal registration. It gives you the link where you can access the forgiveness portal. The direct forgiveness portal allows PPP borrowers to apply for forgiveness directly to the SBA, blah, 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 using form this. I want to read the requirements. I'm looking for requirements. It gives you a step-by-step. It's showing us exactly what application she had to submit to obtain this forgiveness for these two PPP loans. Start your request. She needed to provide her social security number, the loan amount, find her loan. All right, applicants with less than 150K. I want to see the requirements. Loan details, number, Okay, Exhibit A, she needed to include, remember, the PPP loans are to cover paychecks for your employees during COVID. Okay, so you're a small business, you have employees that you can't pay because of COVID, so you apply for these loans, right? Now you've taken these loans, you've dispersed it to your employees, which we still don't know what employees she's claiming to have, but they had to be living in the US. So this would not be eligible for her to pay herself because she doesn't live in the US. The application for her loan to be forgiven specifies that she needed to provide the number of employees at the time of the loan application, the number of employees today, as of the date she was asking for the forgiveness, and the amount of money spent on payroll and the amount that she was requested to be forgiven. We know that she requested the full amount based on the public records. Ask for more loan details. All right. Required documentation. As a result of your COVID revenue reduction score and or characteristics of your request, the SBA has determined that no documentation is required to forgive your forgiveness request at this time. Are y'all reading this? So the very generous U.S. government did not require any proof, any documentation when applying for forgiveness. How do y'all feel about that as taxpayers? So people could come on here and request forgiveness without having to provide any supporting documentation. Crazy. All right. She'll have to put in the loan details, the contact, loan details, loan details, loan details. More loan details. I mean, these loan details are very specific. She needs to put in the business information, the address. These loans were forgiven in September of 2021. Okay. Loan details. I feel like we should have done a separate live for this, but nonetheless, because it's so long already. Okay. Applicants will evaluate whether any of the check boxes are applicable and select as needed. So these are some of the questions that were asked on the application. If you satisfy any of the following 3 criteria, check the appropriate boxes. The first box is no reduction in employees or average paid hours. If you have not reduced the number of employees or the average paid hours of your employees between January 1st, 2020 and the end of the covered period. If you were unable to operate between February 15th, 2020 and the end of the covered period at the same level of business activity as before February 15, 2020. We know that in 2020 she was booming and going viral on TikTok. So she was operating fine. Forgiveness calculation. Then they asked her for the total salary, demographic details. Okay, so she was asked for supporting documentation and the examples of payroll, full-time employee documentation, and non-payroll documentation. Direct forgiveness portal, DocuSign. Oh, crazy. Decline DocuSign, submitted applications. Once applications are submitted, progress. Okay, so I've gone through the entire application. The application for forgiveness was very minimal. They didn't require supporting documentation, just payroll records. She could have listed her own family, absolutely. Once an application moves to SBA decision, the below letter will be available within the application. Resources, how do I contact? Damn, can I just say the forgiveness seemed to be very easily obtainable based on what I've just read? Now I want to look at the PPP application, which I've shared briefly on the video where I called out her PPP. Okay, here it tells us a little bit. When to apply for forgiveness. Borrowers can apply when they've used all the loan proceeds they're requesting forgiveness for. Borrowers can apply for forgiveness anytime up to 5 years from the date of the SBA issued and the SBA loan number. If borrowers do not apply for forgiveness within 10 months after the last day of the covered period, then the PPP loan payments are no longer deferred. So there's nothing that says, the only requirement is that you have to have used all the funds by the time that you applied for forgiveness. That's it. And this is why so many people are being charged with fraud, because look at these applications were literally did not require supporting documentation. What type of loan was hers? A 504 or a 7A? What did the amounts go off of? PPP loan application. Let's go through the application together, shall we? We may not even need her actual application, but I want to walk through what the requirements were. Apply for the SBA loan. How one wants to apply. Here's the borrower application form that it's no longer available. Hold on. I found it somewhere last year. Employees that continued working during the period. But pay attention to her amounts. Her amounts were very small amounts. So the amount on the loans had to do with how much, that's what I want to get to. How were the amounts determined? Because there was people that pulled loans for like hella money, right? So how did they determine what they were eligible for at the time that they applied? SBA will forgive loans if all employees' retention criteria are met and the funds are used for eligible expenses. PPP loans have an interest rate of 1%. No collateral or personal guarantees are required. Neither the government nor lenders will charge small business any fees. Who may qualify? Sole proprietors. We know that her loans were obtained as a sole proprietor. Independent contractors and self-employed persons. Any small business that meets the SBA size standards. Any business, 501c, nonprofit, 501c, blah, blah, blah. Look, let me show this to you. How and when to apply. If you wish to begin preparing your application, download the following PPP borrower application to see the information that will be requested. How to calculate first draw PPP loans and amounts. All right. This is how they determine the amounts. Are you ready for a PPP loan class? The SBA, in consultation with the Department of Treasury, is providing this updated guidance to assist businesses in calculating their payroll expenses and the relevant documentation that is required to support each of their calculations for the purposes of determining the maximum amount of a first draw paycheck protection program. Okay. This guidance describes payroll costs using calendar 2019 as a reference period. Okay, so question. I am a self-employed and have no employees. How do I calculate my maximum first draw PPP loan if I use net profit? Note that the PPP loan forgiveness amounts will depend in part on the total amount spent by the borrower. So she needed her tax forms. Find your 2019 IRS form, net profit. So she needed to provide 2019 tax forms. 1040 Schedule C must be provided to substantiate the applied for PPP loan amount. All right, I'm self-employed and have employees. How do I calculate my maximum first draw PPP loan up to $10 million if I use net profit? Again, taxes. So how did they determine what she was eligible for as taxes, her tax forms? her 1099s. So, because we love to add over here, 1 + 1 is 2. Some of you are claiming she had a, oh look, here's a good one. I'm an LLC owner. We know that she's an LLC owner. Which set of instructions apply to me? LLC should follow the instructions that apply for their tax filing status in the reference period. Blah, 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 blah. What other documentation can an applicant provide for the purpose of substantiating payroll costs? An applicant must provide IRS Form W-2 and IRS Form W-3 or payroll process reports. So, right here, W-2s. All she needed was W-2s. She listed herself as a sole proprietor / media representative. Yes. Let me ask ChatGPT something really quick. How were the amounts determined? All right, I just asked ChatGPT. I was a sole proprietor that applied for a PPP loan and was granted 2 loans in the amount of $5,500. How were the amounts determined? Here's how your $5,500 loans were likely determined. The core formula for sole proprietors, no employees. Sole proprietors means she had no employees. Did you catch this? Sole proprietors. Okay, let me dumb it down even more. What is a sole proprietorship? A sole proprietor is someone who owns an unincorporated business by themselves. If you are the sole member of a domestic limited liability company, LLC, and elect to treat the LLC as a corporation, you are not a sole proprietor. A sole proprietor means sole. Ten examples of sole proprietorships: freelance writers, personal trainers, web designers, tutors, consultants, photographers, online sellers, catering services, content creators. So we didn't even need to look into all this. Sole proprietor means one person. Where was the one person living? Oh, we're good. Okay, let me finish one by one. Okay, so we've determined her loans, and let me show the screenshot because I do have. These are off of public records. This isn't. I didn't even need to pull these from the SBA site. You can have employees as a sole prop. I feel like y'all are just trying to save her. All right, hold on. All right, let's bring in the amounts, the receipts, so there's no room for doubt. Okay, Exhibit A is the public record for her PPP loans. 2 loans in the amount of $5,500 as a sole proprietorship. Sole proprietorship, she didn't pull this as an LLC. Her LLC is listed as La Guarita 70. These loans were pulled under Candice Garcia Sanchez. These were not pulled under her LLC. These were pulled as an individual as a sole proprietorship. Her LLC is not mentioned in these loans. So put the LLC to the side. We know the name of her LLC. We know what it's registered under. We know it's on a compliance, but it was not used in these loans. She obtained these loans as a sole proprietorship, 2 of them. Here's one. Here's the other. That shows you that it was forgiven in full. Here's where it shows you that she pulled it under the name Candice Garcia Sanchez. in Price, Utah, received a payment protection loan of $5,500 through Harvest Small Business Finance, which was approved in May of 2021. On the PPP application, Candace Garcia Sanchez reported intending to use the proceeds of her PPP loan for the following expenses. Payroll. Right here. You see? I'll read it again. On her PPP application, Candace Garcia Sanchez reported intending to use the proceeds of their PPP loan for the following expenses. Payroll. Okay, here's additional information. She's listed as a media representative. Her business industry on the loan is listed as media representative. Non-veteran. Business owner demographics is listed as a male. Business owner demographics. The owner is listed as a male. Could that be an oversight? Business demographics, existing or more than 2 years old. Let's go through these again, because sometimes when I reread them, I'll find things that I didn't find before. There are 2 PPP loans for the total amount of $11,000 in our database for businesses with the name Candace Garcia Sanchez in Price, Utah. This is typically due to the same business receiving both first and second draw loans, but may also include similarly named but unrelated businesses, multiple branches of the same businesses, mistaken multiple applications, or potential fraud. Click each loan below to see the full details. Let me pull up this website again. This is a screenshot. Let me pull up the website. Wait, but before we go back, let me jump back over here to the ChatGPT question. How did they come up with the $5,500 amount? Okay, so here's how the $5,500 loans were determined. The core formula: sole proprietors, no employees. The standard calculation was loan amount equals a net profit divided by 12. So let's do the net profit divided by 12. Loan amount, which is $5,500, divided by 12. Wait. She reported her monthly income is $2,200. Are you seeing this? What business do you know that their payroll is $2,200? $2,200 sounds like an income for one person. Right here, reverse engineering. If your loan was $5,500, we can estimate your reported income was a monthly average of $2,200. Why you got 2 loans? You mentioned 2 loans of $5,500 each. That lines up with a first draw PPP loan based on 2019 income and a second draw PPP loan based off 2021 income. Your $5,500 PPP loans were most likely based on about $26,000 in annual self-employment profit. Are we on the same page? $2,200 a month. Is that a salary to pay employees or another employee, or is that probably what you're paying yourself? $2,200 a month is a salary for one person. Sole proprietorship is one person. She didn't have employees. These amounts are based off of her income. She was paying herself. She was paying herself. Let me go back to the website that lists all the information about these loans. federalpay.org. $26,000 to $27,000 a year is an annual income for one person on the low end. It would be in line with what she's making on her YouTube channel to start. I can tell you that because I, at one point in my early years, was only making probably less than that when I was first getting started. All right, let me do the small business loan. Look up for federalpay.org. Small business. I don't remember. Okay, I can't find the exact website. Federalpay.org. Federalpay.org. Federalpay. $200 a month goes a long way in Little Puebla. It does. General pay schedule. Peer Dam. Where are the small business loans? Small business loans. Alright, let me try this way. Oh, yes. Yes, it is crazy. I gotta go pee again. Okay, take a potty break. I wanted to do a separate video on PPP loans because I didn't realize we were going to go into PPP loans today. But since we're here, okay, here's the first one. All for payroll. Right here. Right here. Jobs reported 1. Right there. There you go. 1. 1. Let me go back. Look for more. ProPublica. Guys, I don't need her PPP loan application. The circumstantial evidence is giving. And some of this public information is giving. Okay, here's one. Forgiven on... The first one was forgiven in August. The second one forgiven in September. I can't find the other screenshot that I have from October. That one had a lot more information on it. Okay, we're back to these screenshots. This is it. This is it. If she does have an MBA, she ain't putting that motherfucker to work. So here's the 2 PPP loans. I'm just going to go through this information again. 2 PPP loans in the amount of $11,000. Let me stretch this out. And there's enough details on this to piece this together the same way we've been piecing together everything else. 2 PPP loans in the amount of $11K in our database for the same business, blah, 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 blah. Sole proprietorship, both of them forgiven. based out of Price, Utah. This is the one that I'm interested in. The business owner demographics was reported as male owned. She reported that her business was more than 2 years old. White collar crime, it's giving. Okay, let me go back to the SBA website because I want to pull the application for these. I think we've established without a reasonable doubt, what is this? That her PPP loans were pulled for a sole proprietor, listing one job only. She paid herself. The $2,200 is very telling. Payroll is not $2,200. $2,200 is a one salary income. All right, where did I put my... Let me ask ChatGPT. Okay, show me application form for PPP loan. And it states that the employees being covered by these loans have to reside in the U.S. So Candace wouldn't be eligible because she wasn't living in the U.S. She can pull the loan. She can say she owns a U.S.-based business. She can say she has employees, but she cannot pay herself because she doesn't live in the U.S. Could she have funneled it to her sister? Maybe. What's her sister doing for her as far as content creation? Her business is content creation. We've established that. Media representatives, they did have to live in the U.S. Yes, they did. I'm going to pull up the application right now so you can see. I pulled it in October. Let me go potty real quick. Hey, where'd you go? Hang on a sec. Oh. They use family's address. Yeah, the address and price is probably her family's house. We looked up the address and it's a house. It's a residential house. Okay. Okay, YouTube, let me know if... Can you hear me now? Just on those chilaquiles. I want the form. I want the actual form. Alright, I think I found it. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Okay, I got it. This is form 2483, which is the application for the PPP loans. Hold on, let me let it load. Application 2483. Do you see? Can you see? Can you see? I want you to see the whole thing. So let me make this wider. Okay, so we know she was a sole proprietor. We know that her loan was pulled as a sole proprietorship. She didn't pull it as an independent contractor. She didn't pull it as a self-employed individual. She pulled it as a sole proprietorship. She would need to include her business legal name, which she said Candace Sanchez Garcia, her address, social, her average monthly payroll, which based on the loan amounts was around $2,200. She needed to list a number of employees. Based on the public information, it listed one job. She specified this was for payroll costs. The owner name, we don't know who that is, but the public record specified it was listed as male. It was listed as a non-veteran right here. And that's intriguing. Who did she list as the business owner? Okay. These are the explicit questions the application asked. Is the applicant or any owner of the applicant presently suspended, debarred, purposed for debarment, declared ineligible, voluntarily excluded from participation in this transaction by any federal government or agency? We know she marked no. Has the applicant, any owner of the applicant, or any business owned or controlled by any of them ever obtained a direct or guaranteed loan from SBA within the last 5 years that are delinquent? We don't know. I'm gonna leave that blank. Is the applicant or any owner of the applicant or any other business have common management, including a management agreement with any other businesses? We don't know. Did the applicant receive an SBA economic injury disaster loan between January 1st, 2020 and April 20? Let's just gonna say no. Is the applicant, if an individual or any individual owning 20% or more of the equity of the applicant, presently incarcerated or for any felony, presently subject to an indictment, criminal information, arraignment, or any other means by which formal criminal charges are brought in any jurisdiction? That means if he is out of the question. So we're going to put no. Within the last 5 years, for any felony fraud, bribery, embezzlement, or false statement in a loan application. We're going to assume she said no because she got approved. Is the United States the principal place of residence for all employees included in the applicant's payroll application above? Why do you think they asked that? We're going to say yes. Is the applicant a franchise? No. Let's go search why they asked that. Let's look at eligibility before we go ahead. PPP loan employee qualifications. Qualify. So it specifically asked where they live. YouTube, are you still having issues with hearing me? Eligibility. Loan details. Who may qualify? Sole proprietor, self-employed, how and when to apply. I can hear you fine. Okay, thank you. Maybe exit out of YouTube and come back. Okay. On the qualifications on the SBA page, it just says you have to be a sole proprietorship. But I really want you to focus on bullet 7. Why do you think the loan application specifically asks if the United States is a principal place of residence for all employees? This is a qualification question. All of these questions listed in the application prior to bullet 7 are qualification questions, including the have you ever been disbarred? Have you ever been convicted? Are you facing any felony fraud? Can we all collectively agree these are qualification questions? Is the applicant a franchise? Is the franchise listed in SBA franchise directory? Okay. Did the applicant receive an SBA economic disaster loan? These are qualification questions. So, is the United States the principal place of residence for all employees included in the applicant's payroll calculation? Remember that her payroll calculation is for one employee. $2,200 a month is for one employee. It's one person's salary. Sole proprietorship is one person. She doesn't have employees. Her sister's not an employee because this is a sole proprietorship. Otherwise, why not file under an LLC? Sole proprietorship means she's the individual. This is not filed with her LLC. We have her content creation LLC. So this information is for Candace. This is not for there are no employees. The public records indicate that she listed one job. One job. So let's continue to the rest of the application. I'm going to skim through. By signing below, you make the following representations, authorizations, and certifications. I'm not going to read all of them. Let me skim through and see if anything pops out at me. For applicants who are individuals, I authorize criminal record information about me from the criminal justice agencies for the purpose of determining eligibility. The applicant was in operation on February 15th, 2020. These are things that she's asserting to as part of this application. The applicant was in operation on February 15th, 2020, has not permanently closed, and was either an eligible self-employed individual, independent contractor, sole proprietorship with no employees. I found it. Right here. Where is my highlighter? Right here. The applicant was in operation on February 15th, 2020, has not permanently closed, and was either an eligible self-employed individual, independent contractor, or self-proprietorship with no employees, or had employees for whom it had paid salaries and payroll taxes or paid independent contractors as reported on Form 1099 MISC. Current economic uncertainty makes this loan request necessary to support the ongoing operations of the applicant. The funds will be used to retain workers, maintain payroll, or make payments for mortgage interest, rent, utilities, covered operations, expenditures, covered property, damage costs, covered supplier costs, covered worker protection expenditures. I understand that loan forgiveness will be provided for the sum of documented payroll costs, covered mortgage interest payments, covered rent payments, covered utilities. The applicant has and will not receive blah, 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 blah. I'm reading, please hold. Here's another one. For purposes of reporting numbers of employees, self-proprietors, self-employed individuals, and independent contractors should include themselves as employees. All right, there. So if she only listed one employee, one job on her application, based on the public record, she had to include herself. So if she was paying her sister, she would have included two jobs listed, two employees. You see where I'm going with this? She had no employees. It was herself. She paid herself with these loans. FOIA requests, civil rights, equal opportunity. These loans were not pulled for anybody else but herself. Have we? Can we collectively agree we cracked the case? It's because I'll remind you. Let me bring back the public information on her loans. Now that we've reviewed the loan application in question, let me bring you back to the public records on her loans. Right here. So she listed the business owner demographics. It's listed as a male. Didn't report race, didn't report ethnicity, non-veteran. I find that interesting, but I wonder if that was just an omission or trying to throw people off, or she made a mistake. The loans were used for payroll, $5,500 each. And jobs retained right here. It tells you right here, jobs retained. Remember that part of the application mentioned that this money will be used for employee retention. Let me go back to the verbiage on the application so you understand why it says job retained. Sorry, I gotta verify my puzzle piece. Oh my God, hold on. There. Okay. There was a part in this application that mentioned that the funds would be used for something for retaining employees. Do you guys remember? I specifically remember, right here. The funds will be used to retain workers. Okay. In the public records, jobs retained is listed as 1. So how many jobs were retained with this loan? 1. And then I'll remind you that the application stated that for the purposes of reporting numbers of employees, sole proprietors should include themselves as employees. So if she was using these loans to pay somebody else, her job retained count would be 2. Herself and whoever she's paying. Do you see where this is going? So we've established these loans are for one person based on the amount of the monthly expenses, which were $2,200, based on the public information about these loans being there was only one job retained with these PPP loans. And who is that individual? 5 points to whoever's in class and can raise your hand. Who's the individual that was retained with these loans based on the information? We don't even need a copy of her application. A lot of this is just piecing it together the same way we pieced everything together. Who's the employee that's being retained? She had to count herself as a sole proprietorship. She had to count herself an employee, but she still only listed one employee. So she's the employee. She's the employee. We cracked it. Now, the only statement she made. Now, let's go back to her statement about these PPP loans, because she recently addressed, just last month, she addressed these PPP loans.
And our life here in Mexico, please know that this is the one and only time that I will address this on our platforms. I'm also going to be sharing some screenshots with you, so please bear with me. For the past 2 years, there have been videos made about me.
I just want to get to the PPP loans. PPP loans, PPP loans, PPP loans. Oh, right here.
Guidelines. I also want to be clear that our home build has been funded by our social media revenue, our savings, and my work with my MBA as an independent contractor. Now I'm going to address the current rumors and gossip that are circulating on.
Remember that MBA and her independent contractor were nowhere to be seen when the tools were stolen. Remember, she just told you she built her house with her savings and her work. But when the tools got stolen, where was the MBA? There was no mention of an MBA. She actually said we won't be able to continue. Okay.
Social media right now. The following screenshots are a conversation that I had with a reporter.
Not that. I want to get to the part she mentions. She mentioned the PPP loans. I don't want to listen to the whole thing. Come on, Candace, where is it? She mentioned it. She mentioned it. Was it the beginning or the end? I don't want to listen to the whole thing.
Appreciate you and we see you. This is not something that I ever wanted to address on our platform. I never wanted to give it any air or any attention, but I feel like it's come to a point and I'm seeing some patterns and I think that it just needs to be addressed. So if at any point over the last 6 years that we've been sharing our lives, you have been a part of our journey, this video is for you. Before I address this though, I do have one request. I'm requesting that you don't add any hate or negativity towards other content creators in this comment section or in any other comment section regarding what I'm about to address. We've never let that live on our platform and we are going to start with this video. For those of you who have been following our journey and our life here in Mexico, please know that this is the one and only time that I will address this on our platforms. I'm also going to be sharing some screenshots with you, so please bear with me. For the past 2 years, there have been videos made about me and my family that I believe have been fueled by individuals approaching another content creator with things like screenshots and anonymous accounts, and they've been coupled with their assumptions or their opinion and presented as the truth when in fact they are not the truth. I want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. If I take a screenshot of a user or an account online and I tell somebody I believe that this is this person, that is my opinion and it is an assumption, but it is not fact, and it does not make that screenshot or its contents a fact. So first, because this is coming up, yes, I was dishonest about the circumstances that led to my husband's deportation to Mexico. This was something that Fidel and I both addressed in a YouTube video. I'm going to include a screenshot of where you can find that video, and that video was posted over 2 years ago. If you would like to see that information and view its full contents, it's there. I want to be very clear. I would never send anyone to harm another human being. These are families. These are real people. This is real life. I would never do that, nor would I participate in it. And I would hope that you all know me better than that. 3 years ago, I made a comment on a YouTube video of mine where I stated that I believe 3 content creators were dangerous. I made that statement based on their actions towards each other and nothing more. With regards to any government assistance or loan programs that we may or may not have participated in, as with everything else that we do, we follow legal
right here,
programs that we may or may not have participated in.
Right here, Candelaria. Aquí les va. This is her referencing the PPP loans.
Actions towards each other and nothing more. With regards to any government assistance or loan programs that we may or may not have participated in, as with everything else that we do, we follow legal guidelines.
As with everything else that we do, in the same fucking breath that she just told you she lied about the circumstances of his deportation. Now, she just said she does everything in compliance with the law as they always have, leaving out that her husband has an extensive criminal record. So obviously he hasn't always done things. She said we, as we always have. We know that her husband has not always done everything by legal guidelines, which is why they're living in fucking Mexico, right? So now that we've gone through the loan application, and she says we may or may not have participated, doesn't want to confirm it, although it's fucking public record, okay? May or may not have obtained these loans. They've been obtained. We've established that these loans were to cover the payroll of one person based on the public records, the job retained listed one. How do we know that? Because we just went through the application for these PPP loans, which specifically states that the funds, she asserted the funds would be used to retain workers and maintain payroll. This loan was obtained as a sole proprietorship as listed in public records. Sole proprietorship means she had no employees. If she had an employee, the application specifically lists that for purposes of reporting employee numbers, sole proprietors should count themselves as an employee. So if she was paying anybody else, her job retention number in the public records would be listed as 2 instead of 1. So she just lied to you again, and she told you that she's done everything by the law. She didn't want to go into specifics or mention what would be unlawful, because I'll remind you that the application process specifically asks in part of their eligibility questions, is the United States the principal place of residence for all employees listed in the applicant payroll application above? This means herself, because we've established that this loan was for her. She is not living in the United States. If this would have been marked no, this application loan would have been denied. Denied. The United States did have to be the principal place of residence for the employees listed in the application. She wasn't living in the United States and hasn't been for some time. This isn't for employees. This isn't for her sister. This isn't for everybody. Mark that shit as no. These questions are all eligibility questions. Read through them. There's 9 of them. Okay? These are eligibility questions. Why do you think the United States government, as part of their application process, is asking if the employees live inside the United States? If it didn't matter, if they would qualify regardless, why would that be part of the application process? Why would that be a question if it doesn't matter where they live and the only qualification is that you're a United States citizen? Because then, if this wasn't a criteria, many citizens that live abroad, that own businesses in Mexico, in Cambodia, and Egypt could apply for these loans to pay their employees living in foreign countries. So common sense, just use a little bit of common sense. This money was for businesses inside the US to retain workers and to keep these businesses open. Remember that another one of the assertions that she had to make when submitting this loan application is that, please hold, please hold, please hold. I feel like I'm giving closing statements. Right here, she attested that she was in business on February 2020. Where did it go? Come on. Where did it go? The applicant was in operation on February 15th, 2020, has not permanently closed, and was either an eligible self-employed independent contractor or sole proprietorship with no employees. Why is this? So when you submit this application, you're asserting that your business did not close during COVID. By submitting this application, you're stating, despite COVID, I kept my business open and I need this money to retain my employees and to stay open. So why would it make any sense that a business of a United States citizen abroad remains open? Why would the United States government care about covering payroll for a United States citizen living abroad that wasn't keeping a business open? It's not fraud if it met all requirements. She didn't meet the requirements. She didn't live in the United States. The requirement, part of the eligibility is that you live inside the United States. So she didn't meet requirements. It is fraud. She was not living inside the U.S., so she made misrepresentations. If it was approved, it's because she filled out the eligibility questions. She states she was in operation on February 5th, 2020 and had not closed. She's a content creator. How the fuck are you going to close content creation? Let's use some common sense. Yes, she was in operation. What business did she have in February 15, 2020? That she was working, that hadn't permanently closed, and that needed this money to stay open to cover her payroll because of COVID. How did COVID affect a content creator? How did COVID affect an MBA holder that's doing online work? The key requirement is that this money is to retain workers in businesses inside the U.S. so that they don't close. That's the point of these loans. So just because she's a U.S. citizen doesn't make her eligible. It's fraud. Your tax dollars built the foundation of her home. I'll put the receipts back up, the public records of her loans right here. It retained one job, $5,500 And I've showed you how they came up with the $5,500 because her monthly income was reported as $2,200 a month. She listed that the purpose of this loan was for payroll for one employee. She pulled this loan as a sole proprietorship with no employees. Otherwise, she would have listed at least 2 jobs retained because the application specifically directed her to include herself as an employee. This is fraud. Are there any questions left if this is fraud or not? If she committed PPP fraud? Do you want me to pull up her YouTube channel? All right. Let's go all the way back to her YouTube channel. We've now established that these loans are for her. She's paying herself. She reported a monthly income of $2,200. So when she applied for these loans in May of 2021? Where was she in May of 2021? $11,000 is well over 200,000 pesos. No, it's not going to cover the entire build, but it's going to start off. It was circumstantial evidence when I said that she started the build at the same time. And should we watch my original video on the PPP fraud? Do you guys want to watch my original video that I posted in October of 2025? Let me play it, because that already includes some of the receipts. It's 5 minutes long. Cue the receipts. That way I don't even have to go into her YouTube channel. Here you go.
I want to clear up the speculations on the PPP loans with La Guarita. I've seen a lot of content circulating on this series, comments, other content creators making TikToks about this, so I'm going to set the record straight with receipts. This video is going to piss off a lot of you. I encourage you to watch the 6-part series that will give you context to this grand finale. We all know what the PPP loans were. Federal loans to help small businesses during the pandemic that were impacted by COVID. Exhibit 1 for your review, I pulled the application form for these loans. You needed to be a sole proprietor, partnership, C Corp, LLC, independent contractor, eligible self-employed individual, 501c, 501c19, tribal business, or a small business. I want you guys to pay attention to bullet 7, which specifies, is the United States the principal place of residence for all employees of the applicant included in the applicant's payroll calculation above. Candice will likely be classified as a self-employed individual, independent contractor. We knew that she pulled 2 loans in the amount of $5,500, both of which were forgiven, so essentially this was free money. And she filed these under her name, not a business. So it's safe to assume that she filed these as a self-employed individual. The primary place of residence for the employees being covered by these PPP loans would need to be the United States. Candice has registered an LLC by the name of La Guarita 70 LLC, where she explains what her company does. She states, I'm a content creator on social media platforms including YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. I create videos about my life. Based on her LLC registration, I'm going to say it's safe to assume that the business she pulled the loan for is her content creating. I want you to pay attention to Article 3 that says the company shall maintain an agent in the state of Utah for service of process who is individual residing in said state. She listed herself as the agent of the company that is residing in Utah. We know that Candice does not reside in the state of Utah. She has been documenting her life in Mexico since early 2020, and she has also shared that...
Right here. She moved to Mexico in 2020. These loans were pulled in 2021. Her primary place of residence has not been the United States since 2020.
Has obtained immigration status of a permanent resident in Mexico. So right off the bat, her LLC is on a compliance. The LLC was filed in 2020 when Candice was already living in Mexico. So I can assert that she made a false statement when obtaining that LLC. Back to the PPP loan. The federal government, after a lawsuit, was forced to make this information public. Candice was issued 2 separate loans, both in the amount of $5,500, both of which were forgiven. Pay attention to the dates, May 2021, April 2021. Remember that the purpose of these loans was for small businesses that were impacted by COVID.
Not entirely sure how a content creator would be severely impacted by COVID to the point where they need to pull out a loan. In July of 2021, just 2 months after they pulled those loans, is when they started the construction of their home.
They were building before July. I want to give this further context. If you go to her YouTube channel, February 2021 is when they actually started. This was just a random vlog that I found in between, but the actual build, her plans to build began in February of 2021-ish, and you guys can go look before she scrubs her channel.
Call me crazy, but the math is not mathing if you are a small business owner claiming that you are being severely financially impacted by COVID to the point where you need to pull a government loan to cover your payroll, but at the same time, you are starting the build of a brand new home. At the bottom of all of her house building videos, she included her Venmo and Cash Apps asking for donations, or indirectly asking for donations. Remember that the deportation story that was sold was that this family was a victim of the immigration system, and they were, and her husband was deported for being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay, the calculation of residency. This is important when we are talking about what's the primary place of residence. She has obtained permanent residence in Mexico. That actually co-signs what I just said. She's a permanent resident in Mexico, in another country. So how is your primary place of residence inside the U.S.? Which she shared that on her own. She has permanent residence here. So the loan application, she would be lying if she said traveling back and forth isn't enough. She visits. That doesn't mean that she lives there. That doesn't make her a Utah resident. So this was in October 2021. I didn't do as much deep diving as I've done today. But even in 2025 when I made the first video, I was on to something. Right? And so when she mentioned this, she said we may or may not have. When she mentioned the government loans, she simply said we may or may not have just last month. She didn't admit to pulling them, but she pulled them. She said that she was within compliance when she pulled these loans. Bullshit. She committed fraud. How is this not fraud? She didn't live in the U.S. She didn't have a business she was trying to maintain open in the U.S. The employee she was retaining was herself. She lived outside the U.S. I didn't even need her loan application. I didn't even need that FOIA request. All I had to do was pay a little bit closer attention. All I had to do was read the loan application. Now somebody asked, how did they forgive it? We also went through the forgiveness loan application. It didn't ask for any supporting documentation. Her forgiveness application, we went through it today. The bar was in hell. She didn't have to provide any proof of anything besides her payroll, which was herself. She was paying herself. As long as she paid herself, the only requirement for forgiveness was that she used all the money by the time she applied and that she could provide payroll records, which is herself. her own bank records, because she's paying herself, right? So that's how they were obtained. That's how they were forgiven. Bati, thank you so much for the Cheesema bucks. Thank you. Celebrate their first super on a live stream. Oh, that was your first super. Thank you so much. Cheesema bucks, thank you, because that was a fucking deep dive, y'all. This live is 4 hours long. I'm gonna have to go through and fucking timestamp the PPP shit, because that was the highlight. I had wanted to do a separate video just on the PPP loans. I may have to do it again, but I also kind of like doing this online with you guys. So class, can we all collectively agree this is no longer allegations, this is no longer assumptions? This woman committed fraud with your tax dollars. She pulled PPP loans with false statements. She was not in legal compliance like she said last month. She lied. She didn't pay any employees. There are no employees. Everybody that kept trying to defend her, well, she probably has employees. She was paying herself. She paid herself. Otherwise, the jobs retained would be listed as 2 instead of 1. There's a reason why these records were made public. Because there was so much fucking fraud that went on with your tax dollars that this information is public. We don't need her application to read through what she said. If you go through the qualifications, if you go through the specific assertions she had to make, she fucking lied. Letty, thank you so much for the cheese nut bucks. Oh, you bring me back to life, bestie. Thank you. That was a hard hour. Thank you. Is there any more questions? Call me a hater. Call me what you want. Call me what you want, but you can call me broke money. I like that song. She committed fraud. Me and her twinsies. Me and her, we go together. There's a reason why I can see fraud. I know a scammer when I know a scammer when I see one. Okay, don't you ever question me again. Give me my flowers, bitch. All of them. Tell me sorry. All of you that said that I was making speculations that she must have employees. No, she didn't. She paid herself. She paid herself. Fraud. Fraud, 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 fraud. Her house was built. The foundation of her house was built with your tax dollars. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about your tax dollars laying down her foundation? How do you feel about that as taxpayers? How do you feel? How do the Trump supporters feel, especially when they vote against us because they don't want us using their public government assistance? That's your house, bitch. That's your house. The same Trump supporters that vote against us for living off the government are the same Trump supporters that scam the government while outside of the country. They're the same Trump supporters still leeching off of the government outside of the country. That was money intended for there were businesses that weren't able to get those loans. There were people that needed those loans that couldn't get them. There were people that had those loans and couldn't get them forgiven. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, besties? Where's my Trumpers? Right now, I need my Trumpers at the front. I need her sister at the front right now. How do you feel about that? What happens now? Nothing. I'm just right. That's all. I'm just right. How's that for white privilege? How is that for white privilege? How do you like them apples? I feel like I need to show TikTok. Okay? I need to show TikTok. But I need to show you guys the receipts too. So hold on a second. Also, what you doing? Oh, my dogs are shitting and pissing everywhere. Hold on, let me let my puppies out. Go, go. Go, 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 on fast. Go, go. Go, go. Vente. Vente para afuera. I just know you're every What was I doing? I was gonna get something. Oh, I was in an airdrop. You guys want to see? Will you be reporting her? That's none of my business. I'm a Mexican citizen. That shit don't affect me. That's not my taxpayer dollars. That's your job. It ain't my money. It ain't my money she's stealing from me. She ain't stealing from me. She's stealing from y'all. This is the part where y'all need to stand on business and say, she's a U.S. citizen. She has a right to take our money. You said she had a right to steal your money for being an American citizen, so stand on business. Stand on business. Cheeseman, thank you so much for the Cheeseman bucks. Just gifted a $5 super thank. Super gift. That's not my problem. I'm just here for the Cheeseman. I really don't give a fuck. It ain't my tax dollars. You guys said she had a right to steal your money. All right. We'll see how the rest plays out. Well, hold on. I want to show these receipts. Miss, we may or may not have pulled these loans. You pulled these loans. What did you miss? Oh, the receipts of how we just doubled down on these PPP loans. We did extensive research, me and my besties. Hold on. I want to show you guys this receipt. I do. Oh, not my nudes. Hold on. Not the nudes. Not the nudes. Why is my coffee going through me like water? Okay, can I just show, I want to green screen it. One second. Okay, which one is it? Oh, let me take this off. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Okay, the lie detector confirmed effects. Okay, I'm going to show you the PPP loan application that I briefly showed on my, where is it? It's the coffee craze. Hold on, this isn't doing what I needed to do. Give me my recent downloads. Hold on, guys. It's in recently saved. Okay. Right here. Okay, Exhibit A. Everything we need is in this screenshot right here to talk about these loans. Why? Because today we spent the day studying the PPP loan application and qualifications and the public records for her loans. Okay. I want you to pay attention to jobs retained. This is the employee count. We were able to confirm this because on the application, it specifically states that these funds would be used to retain employees and keep the business open. Okay. We were able to determine that the $5,500 amount was based off of a reported monthly income of $2,200. That's a salary for one person. Now, the loan application also made it had qualification questions 1 through 7 that I've already showed you guys on some of the videos. One of the questions that was asked is, do all the employees listed in the PPP loan application reside in the United States? It was listed in the first 9 questions of the application because it's a qualification question. Okay, so at first when I talked about this, people said she could have had employees. This tells you she had no employees. Why? Because in the application for sole proprietorships, which she pulled this as a sole proprietor, the instructions state for sole proprietors, they must count themselves as an employee. So if she had pulled these loans to pay someone else, this number would be 2, herself and the employee. So this tells me that this loan was used to pay herself. Otherwise, she would need to count herself as the applicant and the employee that she's paying, and jobs retained would be listed as 2, not 1. So for all of you that had questions about or reservations or wanted to defend her, that she's a United States citizen, she had the right to pull these loans. No, she didn't. She didn't have employees. She is the employee in question. She is the employee that is receiving the benefit of these loans. Now, these loans, the application was very, very specific. We spent the last probably 2 hours on my YouTube channel studying the application. The application had very specific verbiage that these loans had to be used to retain employees and keep businesses open with a primary residence inside the United States. She made assertions that all the employees listed in her application resided in the United States. If she had listed no, her application would have been denied. Okay. On February 15th, 2020, she had to have been in business, not closed, and had employees to retain. This is all on my YouTube channel. I'm not going to be able to sum it up. I'm giving you a quick backstory. Okay. So these funds were not for American citizens living abroad. She is not an eligible employee because she doesn't live in the United States. She's been in Mexico since 2020. Visiting Utah periodically does not mean that she is a resident of Utah. She's not eligible for this. This money was meant to help retain employees, keep businesses open that were impacted by COVID. Some of you try to defend her and say, well, she has an MBA, she works online. What business was she struggling to keep open as a content creator or an MBA that provided services online to businesses abroad, as she has shared, or businesses all over or in the US? Where told me that? If it's not fraud, if I'm just crazy, there's a lot of speculation that she had employees. She doesn't have employees. She is the only employee in question, as this loan was pulled as a sole proprietorship with one employee. If she had employees in the US, they would be listed right here. There's a reason why all this information was made public through a lawsuit, because there was so much fraud going on. So $11,000 of your tax money built the foundation of her home in 2021. Yeah, I don't need her loan application. I don't need her loan application to know what she marked on this loan for it to have been approved. And then the forgiveness is a whole other thing. So not only did she pull the loan, they forgave her for essentially free money. The only qualification for that forgiveness was that all the money had to have been used by the time she applied. She was not required to provide supporting documentation for that forgiveness. We just went through the application process on YouTube. So in summary, she committed fraud. She committed PPP fraud. Her employees are in Mexico, not the United States. She did have employees. She has the people working on her house. She has her cook. Her employees don't live in the US. Now, I want you to use some common sense of what these loans were for. Based on the application form that specifically states, as submitting this form, I attest that I was open on February 15, 2020, and I had employees to retain. Why would the federal government be giving loans to American citizens living abroad that have businesses abroad? If the goal for this money was to keep businesses inside the US open during COVID, the goal of this money was to retain employees living in the US to cover payroll for small businesses that were impacted by COVID. How is a content creator or somebody that provides digital services with an MBA for businesses impacted by COVID that they were facing a shutdown? This is fraud. You know that scene in Teen Mom where Janelle's mom is like, hi, 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 and she's talking about Kifa? Fraud, 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 fraud. Yeah. So those are your tax dollars that built the foundation of her home. That's your home. Go repo that shit. That's her home. That's your guys' home. That's American taxpayer dollar homes. How do I feel about that? How did the businesses that weren't able to get these loans feel? There was people that were denied. How are y'all feeling? How do you guys feel about those of you that pulled the loans that weren't able to get your shit forgiven? That's okay with me. Okay. It ain't my taxpayer money. Absolutely takes one to know, and that's why she hates me. We could have been twins. Yeah. That's okay with you? All right. Well, some of you are okay with fraud. Okay. That's fine. Just mind you that this money is being used to support somebody that beat the shit out of their wife as well. I mean, we could go into all the reasons why you should have a moral compass to be opposed to this. You have a problem with me scamming businesses, but you don't have a problem with Candace scamming you, your government, small businesses that needed money that couldn't get a hold of it because there was no money left. Y'all have such a problem with me that I ran all these licks on these companies that at least had their insurance cover them. But you're not okay with a white woman scamming your taxpayer dollars? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Got it. White privilege, check. Got it. Mine was $20K. Actually, no. I can't confirm the amount because there were amounts that I wasn't charged for. But my point is, you guys don't let me live that down. I had to pay a heavy price for it. Candace never paid for hers. Candace never paid for hers. I own a bar and couldn't get a loan. Yeah, how does that feel that somebody that doesn't even have a business got a loan to build a house in another country? And we're both Garcias. Actually, that's still to be decided if she's actually Garcia. I suspect not only is this a fraudulent loan, I suspect this name here doesn't exist. And that's why she was so comfortable doing it. I could be wrong, because she didn't have to provide identification, but I suspect this here, there's more than one fraudulent omission or statement on this application. If she lied about certain things, you think she didn't lie about other things? Hello. You wanna know how many people get away with worse things? A lot. You don't let me get away with shit, though. Hold her to the same standard. Stand on business. Fraud is not good. Fraudsters, scammers. You know? If you're still sticking with her, I mean, you stole from a company, not the hardworking Americans. I mean, it doesn't matter who we stole from. We're both thieves. We're both scammers. We're both fraud. I'm no better. She's no less. We are twins when it comes to these crimes. They're in the same alley. They're both white-collar crimes. They're both fraud. We're both fraudsters. I'm not saying I'm above her because I've got less or more. We're the same. I'm no better than her. I ran a few. Mine were calculated differently. But I don't get on here and act like I'm a picture perfect and I would have never heard a fly when... Candice, how you feeling? Somebody check out my bestie Candice. Candelaria. Edgar Estrada just sent me coffee on me for being a good investigator. Gracias, Edgar. We did it together. Oh yeah, her LLC is out of compliance, bestie. I checked her. Her LLC has been out of compliance since when? It's been a minute. Yeah, I talked about that. Her shit's been out of compliance for a while. Where's all the Candace found? Are we still defending her? Is there any room for doubt left that she had employees and that she was entitled to this money? Now we're going to move the goalpost, right? I know you guys are going to now move the goalpost and you're going to say, well, what's it to you? Well, politicians took more. Well, this. Well, she had it right. Well, I'm sure you're going to move the goalpost. You keep moving the goalpost every time I come back with receipts. Is it still misinformation? Is it still defamatory? Am I still making shit up? Oh, it's not my story to tell. You're right. It's American taxpayer. It's an American taxpayer story to tell. My bad. I had to give you the fucking cliff notes, or nobody would have told this story. Now I'll remind you what she said about these PPP loans. Let me bring it back. What did she say about the PPP loans? Candelaria, this is not looking good for you, doll. She's never going to address this. Never. She's never talking about this. Hold on. I gotta scroll. Right here. Now, what did Candace say about the PPP loans?
This video is for you. Before I address this, though, I do have one request.
Shut up, bitch. We have a request for you to stop lying.
I'm going to be sharing some screenshots with you, so please bear with me. For the past 2 years, there have been videos made about me and my family that I believe have been fueled by individuals approaching another content creator with things like screenshots and anonymous accounts, and they've been coupled with their assumptions or their opinion and presented as the truth when in fact they are not the truth. A I want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. If I take a screenshot of a user or an account online and I tell somebody I believe that this is this person, that is my opinion, and it is an assumption, but it is not a fact, and it does not make that screenshot or
Get to it, Candace.
a fact. So first, because this is coming up, yes, I was dishonest about the circumstances that led to my husband's deportation to Mexico. This was something that Fidel and I both addressed in a YouTube video. I'm going to include a screenshot of where you can find that video. And that video was posted over 2 years ago. If you would like to see that information and view its full contents, it's there. I want to be very clear. I would never send anyone to harm another human being. These are families. These are real people. This is real life. I would never do that, nor would I participate in it. And I would hope that you all know me better than that. 3 years ago, I made a comment on a YouTube video of mine where I stated that I believed 3 content creators were dangerous. I made that statement based on their actions towards each other and nothing more. With regards to any government assistance or loan programs that we may or may not have participated in, as with everything else that we do, we followed legal guidelines. I also want to be clear.
That's her only. She's talking about the PPP loans. Does it look like she followed legal guidelines? Does it look like she followed legal guidelines, besties? Chat. Let's take a poll. So in the same video, yes, we're obsessed. Absolutely. Absolutely. In the same video that she just admitted to you that she lied, she also reassured you that she does everything within legal guidelines. And that any loans she may or may not have, which clearly we know she did, was done within legal guidelines. I don't know, Erica Kirk. I don't know. I got trust issues. May or may not have. She didn't want to admit to it. But the public records are there. Right? We didn't. Are we still telling the story inaccurately? Probably not. Probably not. Get over it. I can't. We're obsessed, remember? Can you let us be obsessed in peace? Goddamn. Absolutely obsessed with getting to the bottom of this and finding the truth. The truth shall set us free. And we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Are you obsessed? Yes. Obsessed with getting to the bottom of this. I'm obsessed with finding how this bitch got away with so much for so long. Is there more fraud? You think this is the only fraud she's committed? I'll tell you one thing about us fraudsters. We are not single offenders. We are repeat offenders, especially when we're getting away with it. Until we're caught, well, we're going to keep pulling them. From a fraudster that was forced to retire. I was forced to. I didn't want to. I would have kept doing it. Okay. When you're committing acts like this and you're getting away with it, you will continue to do it. This is not a single occurrence. Mind you, she pulled 2 of these loans, by the way. There was 2 of them. So I can confidently tell you that when you are engaged in this type of activity and you're getting away with it and you're bringing in money, it's addicting. It's why she continues to lie. Yeah. It's easy money. Nobody holds you accountable. You're not losing anything. You're gaining. Nobody's asking questions. Nobody questions you. And when you do lie, people let you off. You're part of the problem. Miss Candace fans, why she's comfortable enough to do this shit. Because you've given her immunity. She admitted to you that she lied to you. And you gave her a pass. So imagine how many false statements she's made. And she knows she has immunity. Because all she has to do is get on here and, cry a little. Get on here and make a statement. I followed all the rules always. And you guys will take her word for it and you will never question her. The government don't even question her. She's untouchable. Oh, Candace, you're in some shit, girl. I'm trying to pull the application again so I can show it to you guys. Edit PDF. Why is this blurry? So class, what did we learn? What did we learn? I want to pull the form again. I want to show you guys on TikTok what this looks like, what the form looks like, the specific questions that we can piece together that she committed this fraud. I showed it on YouTube. I broke it down on YouTube, but I want to give you guys a quick glance as well. So I'm trying to pull the form again. To get the fuck out of your way. Nobody told her to be doing all that shit. And hey, maybe some people are judging that I shouldn't be doing this and this. This is my way to defend myself. So if you don't like the way that I defend myself, don't force me to defend myself. All right, you guys want to see the form and how we were able to narrow down that she has committed fraud. Okay, I want to flip the camera. Let me take off the green screen. Sorry. Okay, if you are on YouTube, sorry, this is repetitive. Okay, this is the loan application that we were able to go through that has information. Harvest is her lender. Jump scare, sorry, I know. These are the qualifying applications, or the qualifying questions, okay? I want you to read here. If questions 1, 2, 4, or 5 are answered yes, the loan will not be approved. 1, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 5, okay? These are eligibility questions. All 8 of these, okay? All 8 of these are eligibility questions. Now, question 1, 2, 4, or 5 are questions about being barred from pulling loans. Have you ever defaulted on the last 7 years? Is the individual facing any formal criminal charges, such as felony, bribe, embezzlement, right? So 1, 2, 4, 5 says if you enter yes, your loan will not be approved. These are eligibility questions. Now, I want you to look at bullet 6. Is the United States the principal place of residence for all employees included in the applicant's payroll application? Why would the United States government, in their qualification question, specifically ask if the employees that are going to be paid by this loan live in the U.S.? Why would that be one of the first questions asked by the government? Included in the other questions that tell you, these questions will tell you whether your loan will be approved or not. It is a requirement. This money is meant for employees inside the U.S. So some of you said maybe she had employees in the U.S. Well, remember that, hang tight. I'll show you, hang tight, okay? So I'm working on the assumption that she said yes. We all live inside the U.S. Because if she had clicked no, common sense would tell us, why would the U.S. government issue loans to employees that don't live in the U.S. for businesses that are not operating inside the U.S.? Part of the instructions and all these things are important. We read through all of this. We know that her loan was pulled as a sole proprietorship. I want you to keep that in mind. It wasn't pulled under an LLC. It was pulled under a sole proprietorship. One of these lists it. Sole proprietorship. One of these. Hold on. Right here. Okay? Pay attention. She pulled these loans, both of them as sole proprietorships. The qualifying questions. Okay, so by submitting this application, you're asserting that these things happen. The applicant was in operation on February 15th, 2020 and has not permanently closed and was either a self-employed individual, independent contractor, or sole proprietorship with no employees. if you did have employees for whom it paid salaries and payroll taxes or paid independent contractors. Now hang tight. So this will lead you to believe, okay, maybe she had employees, right? Maybe she had employees. Okay, hold tight right here. Really quick. There is a section here that we read through that specifically stated that if you're a sole proprietorship, you would include yourself in your employee count. Freedom of Information Act. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I have to highlight this. Hold on. Don't go. Stay with me. Stay with me. This is a different form than I had earlier. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Don't leave. Don't leave. There was a section here that said for the purposes of employee count, sole proprietorships would include themselves in the employee count. All right. Here's another thing that's important really quick. The funds will be used to retain workers and maintaining payroll. Why is this verbiage important to me? Because in the public records, jobs retained. Jobs retained is 1. Funds will be used to retain workers. So when it's talking about how many jobs did it retain, it's talking about workers. 1. Will be used to retain workers and maintain payroll, make payments for mortgage interest. Now, I want you guys to use some common sense here, but, well, not common sense. We've established through public records that there's 1 job being retained by this loan that was issued by the government. Yes? Sorry, TikTok, I know, or YouTube. This is the second draw application. I may have to pull the first draw. Let me pull the first draw. This is second draw. The first draw specifically talked about the employee count. Let me quickly go through this one again. Instructions for completing. I have to pull the first draw one. Hold on. Stay with me. Second draw. The second draw is Form 2483. Form Bar Application 2483. Okay, we're on first draw. Okay. Flip the camera right here. For the purposes of blah, 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 employee count. Freedom of information. Hold on. Let me scroll through this really quick. I'm having a hard time finding the specific sentence that instructed that if you're a sole proprietorship, you would count yourself as an employee, which means that if she was paying somebody else, her employee count would be 2 because she has to include herself as an employee. Retain workers. Control find. You're right. Sole proprietorship. Sole proprietorship. Count. Please do not send forms. I'm gonna have to backtrack to the. I had a different screenshot up when I was going through this initially with YouTube. Can some of you guys co-sign me? We've already read through this. There was a specific line that said, for employee count, sole proprietors will include themselves as employees. After the questions. Hold on. Disclosure of information. For some reason, I can't find it again. And my eyeballs hurt. PPPLoan Forgiveness. Let me look on YouTube. Where'd my YouTube girlies go? There should be a sequel. Okay, hold on. Someone said it was on. No, it was on the first draw. Last payments, utility payments. Applicant will provide documentation. Loan forgiveness. I certify the application. I acknowledge. Instructions for completing this form. I'm gonna have to read through the whole thing. Second dash. No, it was the first one. I'm certain. Control find employee. Right here. Right here. This wasn't on the first one. I want you to read this carefully. Look. When we're talking about eligibility, with respect to purpose of the loan, payroll costs and consist of compensation to employees whose principal place of residence is the United States, in form of salary, wages, commission, or similar compensation, cash. This here is key because y'all keep trying to argue with me. The purpose of the loan is to cover payroll costs to employees whose principal place of residence is in the United States. I'll remind you, her loan is covering one person. As a sole proprietor, you were to include yourself in your employee count. So, in summary, if she was paying somebody else, her job retained would list to herself and her employee or whoever it is that she paid. Okay, so this tells me that she had to be living in the U.S. to pay herself with these loans. And she didn't. She lived in Mexico. I'm still trying to find that line that talks about established. I can't find that line on this form, but it was there. You guys saw it on YouTube. This is a different form. This was revised in June of 2020. Nonetheless, sole proprietorship means one person. One. Her job retention list one. I went through this. We spent 2 hours on this on YouTube. My brain is mush, okay? But sole proprietor, the instructions for sole proprietorship in the applications that we studied today specifically list that you needed to count yourself as an employee. So if she was paying somebody else, her job retained would be 2. The application specifically states that the employees that are being covered by the loans have to live inside the U.S. So she was not eligible. Fraud. My head is jumbo. I'm eventually going to make, look, once I jump off, I'm going to make a video on this with the receipts for TikTok so you guys can see it in short form with the documents that I showed on my YouTube channel. Está en el otro documento. Yeah, I've been jumping back and forth from different documents, but you guys saw it. And I'll go back and look for it, screenshot it, and show it to you guys. And I'm going to make a video specifically on this topic, just addressing the PPP forms. because there's been a lot of speculation that maybe she could do this, maybe she did that. You don't know if she doesn't have employees. We know that these loans paid herself. She paid herself. And yeah, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. Any other questions? Because this was a long ass live. Now I have to re-listen to this whole thing, timestamp it for my besties, and I gotta make a thumbnail that addresses the PPP fraud. I will say your government was very generous and had very lax laws. And the reason why so many people committed fraud is because it was honestly so easy to do so. So easy. And to obtain forgiveness, so easy. So easy. She didn't even have to provide any documentation to have them forgive. Honestly, yes. She insults your guys' intelligence when she tells you, when she sprinkles a little, I did everything within legal guidelines. When she lies to you guys, it's because she knows that she believes you guys are too stupid to see through her lies. So y'all should be offended. We're gonna wrap up. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Someone said poor Jace. Jace is Janelle's kid. Next up is good morning from prison. Hello from prison. I hope you guys enjoyed today's live. I actually had no intention into going into PPP stuff because I was waiting. I thought I would be able to obtain her actual loan application, but I actually didn't even need it. I didn't need her loan application to be able to break these things apart. The information in the application is enough. Pieced with the public records on this is fraud. I didn't need to wait for the grandma. I did hear back from the grandma request today, and it linked me to their public database of these loans. It's extensive, and they're in CVS format, which looks like fucking code. So I was like a little overwhelmed with the response to my FOIA request, but I did receive it today. I'll include that in my TikTok video. And I tried to dig through some of there, but I was like, you know what, let me just pull up the application. I love when we do this on live together because I had no intention of going into this topic today. I did not think we would crack the code together, but we did. We were able to confirm with facts that this is fraud. She was not eligible for these loans. She didn't have employees. She paid herself. She listed an amount of $2,200 a month. I'm just overwhelmed with the amount of information that I was able to uncover on this live. We also called the court clerk. We called the jail. Oh, I have not heard from the jail, you guys. If you were here from this morning, it's not looking good for her because she said she got married in 3 days and everything was super fast. But the jail, the guy, what was his name? What did he say? The jail commander has not gotten back to me about booking a wedding at the Wasatch County jail. We just figured out Blue's Clues. We just figured out Blue's Clues. We just figured out Candace Clues. Yeah, we haven't heard back from the jail yet. So it's not looking good for her on her story time of her big Catholic wedding. Based on my experience with this jail, it's taking a little bit long. We just did a whole shift and we haven't heard back from the jail commander. Okay, mind you, this is a small jail, low capacity, probably doesn't have a lot of people in it. They don't do a lot of weddings. So they should be able to get back to me. I don't know. They still haven't gone back to me, although they're a small town. Hello from prison. Coming up next. He's ordering pizza and men being upset. How do you guys feel? Do you guys enjoy these lives? Are you tired? We may get a response in 35 business days from the jail commander on that wedding. So guys, we did a lot on this live. In the morning, we just briefly talked about the wedding. We called the jail. We called the county clerk. We got to speak to the jail officer. He was like, you're okay. He was giving flirty. The jail officer made me feel like I was back in Utah. The fucking jail walkie-talkies gave me PTSD as well. I don't want to do that. I didn't like that. I don't want to call the jail anymore. I didn't like that. That should give me PTSD. What did it say? We just keep cracking the code along the way. How's everybody doing on TikTok? I haven't even checked in on my fucking comments. Nada. What I got? Oh yeah, I got shit to do this evening. Let's break. This is going to be a 5-hour live. No one's going to watch a 5-hour live, okay? I'm going to have to recap this I don't want, this is why I should have started a second video when the PPP stuff came up. because we had already been on for so long. Nobody's gonna watch a 5-hour live, bitch. Nobody. Okay, so if you want to fast forward to the PPP stuff, I'm gonna timestamp where to start in the description. Okay, please. 5 hours, bitch. Danny Joe, and you know how long it's gonna take me to timestamp this? Because I myself gotta watch the whole fucking 5 hours. We've been here for 5 hours. Candace, keeping up with your lives is literally a full-time job. Oh my god, girl. Anyway, thanks for the content. We've been here for 5 hours. I can't cut it up because TikTok just reposted, or YouTube just reposted exactly how it is with the live replay. I really love the live replay, the chat replay. Love, love, love that feature about TikTok, or I'm sorry, YouTube. Okay, let's break. Thank you so much for joining me. Have fun. Have fun catching up on today's fucking rabbit hole. And give me a little bit and I'll start timestamping. I'll update the thumbnail, all of that, okay? Thank you to everybody that joined. Thank you to all of you that sent in gifts and super thanks. I super appreciate it. You definitely got me through. Those of you that sent me coffee money, macchiato money. I'll catch you on the flip side. Bye, YouTube.